Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Atelier Nikazuki stream. We're just gonna get in and get going here in a moment. I'm gonna just realized I hadn't opened up my feed or anything like that. Also, I might be disrupted here soon by a call from my mother-in-law. I just need to answer that when she does call, because I'm going to ask if she can take the kids this weekend. So it's important work, or it's an important call. All right. Let's get them done for. Okay, so what I am gunning for today, or aiming for today, however the hell you want to phrase it, is we are going to try to get these completed today, or at least to the point of turning, and then tonight when the kids are back home, I can turn them. Dallas is working from home the next few days, which is really nice, but yeah. Actually, no, he's not. He's only working from home today. Never mind, that's a lie. Link, please. Thank you. Anyway, no, he did not close the door. All right. Doom. Apparently I'm not signed in. That's not the account I want. Ooh, I look like I'm sunburnt. I don't think I actually sunburnt. I've been really good about making sure that I've been sunscreened and stuff this summer, but it could just also be that I am reading red. Alrighty. Hello, babbies. Good. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and just close my door just so we don't have a lot of sound echoing down from upstairs. And yes, I am dressed for Stampede. I am not doing Stampede today, but there's a pancake breakfast in Cochrane, so I went down with a friend, which was really good. Oh God, this poor floor mat is utterly destroyed. It's gonna need to be replaced here soon. Okay, shears, snips. We don't need clips. I don't know why I threw that over there, because I don't actually know where the zip pull bins are, but here we are. All right, and really we are down to, we need to do the tack down thing here. I am only going to do it at a based stitch length, I think. I even have punched the holes for our snaps. So we need to do the base stitch around the pocket. We need to do the actual sewing of the slip pocket and the top stitching of the slip pocket. And then we need to finish the interiors of the welt pocket. So I think how we're going to do this is I'm going to do all of these first, and then we'll go in and we'll do all the slip pockets and the welt pockets. We're going to finish all the pockets first. And then finish all the pockets first, and then we'll go in and we'll do all the top stitching. Yes, that's how we were going to do this. I'm just going to figure out what she wants for the stitching of the front, what she suggests for the stitching. Face up and stitch on those zipper tape. Okay. Okay, yeah, she just says to stitch the remaining 3 sides of the thing, so let's have at it. Apparently there's a hair there. We don't need to include my hair in this work. So basically what I was checking there is, like, do we need to do the, like, are we based? I couldn't remember if it was basted or if it was, like, what it was exactly, but here we are. All right. So yeah, pancake breakfast this morning. It was okay. It's the first year that Cochrane has, like, first town pancake breakfast, which was good. So for that, the kids didn't do that. It was good. We got there at a good time. Basically, I dropped the kids off and I was like, see ya. They were like, you're taking us to the pancake breakfast too, right? I'm like, no. You're going to summer camp. Am I a mean mom? Maybe a bit, but also it was just good. Yeah, and my friend, she's still recovering from a wedding, so I was like, even if you can't show up, it's not a big deal. I'm still going because then I don't have to cook breakfast for me. And I microwaved the kids some, like, breakfast burritos. It worked. Everything worked out for the better. But yeah, so my brother-in-law down there. It was quick. Came home. I came and spent the rest of the morning doing, or pre-stream here. We did, I did all the punching like I mentioned for the snaps. So now we're just into, like, pocket finishing. We've got all of the welt pockets have been sewn and cut. Now we're down to actually finishing. We got to do zippers and then finishing of the welt pockets. These guys need to be finished, and then we'll top stitch them. We'll start splitting them into, like, black and white thread stitching colors, and then we will stitch them when we actually go into do the zippers, like the same colors, because this here will match what we have to do the welt pockets at. In this case, this is black top stitch, so this will be black top stitch, but this will be white top stitch. So whatever, we're not going to swap colors right now, but basically the top stitching will make it nice and even, like nice color up here, and then it's finishing. I am going to add in the one thing I'm going to add in is we are actually going to add in the, that thing, guys. There's supposed to be a like loop at the top that I've never added because this machine never liked it, but I got the walking foot now with the cylinder arm, so we're going to actually add that in. So that I do need to trim, or I need to cut them out still, because I have just recently decided that we're going to do this on this batch, and then we'll add them in as well. Otherwise, it's business as usual, mostly. Okay. There we go. Oh, that did not baste together the important bits. Okay. So let's get, well, it didn't baste together the front and the back. So let's get the front here basted. So here's the realistic part of this. This is basically just basting it together so that we can actually sew it together nicely later on. That's why I also trim everything down. So let's do that now. Like this. Actually, honestly, I think I'm going to turn it up to a basting. Well, I guess if we're sewing pockets, I don't want to be turning the stitch length up and down, so that's fine. Because that's a basting stitch, but then we need to go in and actually sew the slip pocket, so. All right. So we're currently working on the Kandou, Kandou, mini traveler slings. These are a really fun project because I use upcycled denim from local folks in the area, both vendors and people on my Buy Nothing page, because of course we all have jeans that, especially in this area, that you can't really donate because they're not in good enough shape. I do also source a lot from the Goodwill bins in Calgary as well. And then the interiors on all of these, except for a couple, are actually upcycled dress shirts. So that is an initiative that I started kind of last year, I guess. And I really enjoy how it actually makes it more unique. And honestly, it has been easier to keep everything, like keep track of everything with them all having individual pockets, because there are no repeats in this batch. Which is really cool to me. All right, so this is going to be dark stitched. Wait, okay, so it's got white stitching for the welt pockets. And it's got dark stitching for the top stitching, because what we need to do now is we need to go in and do this finishing seam up here. It'll fold it up nice, and then everything will be done, or well, close to done. So we're gonna, white stitching is going to go there for the welt pockets. And then we'll figure everything else out afterwards. Flynn, what are you doing, sir? He's like walking through the back here. He's like, yeah. Okay. I was hoping to be onto Kato bags by this point, but everything is in shambles. If you've been watching for a while, it's probably not a surprise. We had a lot busier week than I anticipated. And kids are out of school for the summer, so it's just like we're in that transition into summer camps, blah, blah, blah. And just, yeah. We went out to Canmore for Canada Day, which was really good. We were like, so I used to live in this area. So I'm actually bred and born Calgary. I was born at the foothills. I mention this because we have like one of the highest, I don't want to say foreign born or even immigrant, but like it's a lot more likely that you'll meet people that were not born in Calgary than you will to meet people who were born in Calgary. There we go. Because I typically call them imports because that implies like both those emigrating to Canada and those like coming from other provinces within Canada. But anyway, we used to live in this area. I used to live in Exshaw actually. And then, so the parade that we always went to was the Canada Day parade in Canmore. But then, and I was like, hell yeah, I remember it being really good and all of this. And then in the morning of, I'm like, wait, it's been like 30 years since I went and saw this parade. So hopefully it's still good. It was still good. I was like, for a small town parade, it was actually really good. They still give out candy, which is super cool. They don't throw it onto the street, so the kids aren't chasing it onto the street anymore. But they do give out candy. They got the kids got UV bracelets and yeah, a bunch of other cool stuff. A couple marching bands, which was a lot of fun. And then, yeah, and they had a pancake breakfast that we went to out there. It was chill, everything like that. I was chatting with someone else beside me though, and she's like, I've been doing this one for years and I miss the streaker. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Because I mentioned that it had been like 30 years since I'd done this last. And she's like, yeah, you're probably too young for that. And I'm like, even if it happened, I wouldn't have remembered. Really. It probably did. That's the crazy part. But yeah, knowing that and knowing like as a kid that it happened are two very different things. So anyway, it was a very enjoyable day. Yeah, it wasn't super busy. Got in and out of Canmore before it was like rained and thundered and poured. Actually, we ended up arriving in Cochrane, like in between storms, so that was really good. And then we did Stampede on Friday because they have parade to park, which means that Dallas and I are free to enter, which is a big savings. And the kids are still free right now, so that was really good. But it's good to know because they start charging for them next year. Or at least the eldest next year. But yeah, it was like, that was good. we get the kids like ride all day passes. So we end up spending a lot of the time in the kids midway area, which is fine. That's what we're committed to. But we also go do like the Western Oasis, which is the big art exhibit, along with the arts like entry area. I always really enjoy, like, everyone talks about the party part of Stampede, but like we're there even before kids. We were there for mini donuts, barns, sometimes the rodeo, not very often though. Western Oasis, which is the art area exhibition, and Chuckwagons. Did we have some adult beverages when we were enjoying this? Yes, but we're not there to like party it up or anything like that. So a friend and I are actually going back on Sunday along with my sister-in-law, so it'll be good. She's never been, and she's like excited because it's not like we're gonna go party hard or anything like that. I'm like, no, that's not the vibe for Stampede for me. You know what? If you're partying safely and not being a dick about it, I don't give a fuck. But yeah, just not ours. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so that's getting white stitching for the, I'm like, at this point, I'm like, do I, no, we're gonna sort it into the welt pocket top stitching colors. And then we'll work on the, and then we'll sort it by pocket stitching, like top stitching color, I think. I don't know. Let's figure it out. Actually, I think we're going to do, no, we're going to do pocket top stitching first, and then we'll do welt pockets. So we'll start sorting it based on, wait, no, that doesn't, no, welt pockets makes more. Oh my god, don't know. Whatever. We're just gonna lock in and do it. That's the thing. So we've got Calgary Stampede, or Ancient Arts Yarn Stampede breakfast on Saturday. So that's what these are getting finished for. And then we're gonna select out like 10 kato to finish in the next few days. Or like for this weekend as well, because kato are very popular as well. Although honestly, getting these restocked is also going to be very good. It's an amazing bag for the summer or for traveling in the fall. Honestly, it's a really good Stampede bag, I would argue, but we will be past the point of most people needing it for Stampede, unfortunately. But here we are. And then we're going to have Omatsuri next weekend, which is the Japanese festival at the Max Bell Center. And we'll have stuff and sundries there as well. We're going to work on the kato, yeah, for this week. And then we're going to work on getting, what are we working on next after that? Kato. Oh, the Dundurn. I want to get the Dundurn and the Traveler Slings done and dusted. That's definitely a dark top stitch for the welt pocket. So, rundown. This is upcycled dress shirt. The pockets, all the pockets that are in the bag. The denim is also upcycled, and then the Japanese fabric, obviously, and the zipper are new, along with any hardware and straps as well. And the original denim that I started using for these came from another vendor who makes jorts, cut-off jean shorts. She's a vintage vendor. And then, so I got like all the legs. I had the legs for a few years actually, because I like had an like the first idea, and it never kind of came to fruition. And then I found this pattern from Kandou Crafts, and I was like, that's it right there. So here we are. Like, what, 4 years later? I think we've been making these for 4 years now. Oh, no, 3 years. 4 years for the kato, though. The kato was the summer of 2022. Because I wasn't sewing them when we were in the old house, but I started sewing them once we actually moved to this house, which is super cool. Okay, bobbin switch time. Yeah, so we started out with that, and then obviously expanded quite a bit from there, so So a lot of my jeans come from donations from the Buy Nothing group. I do also source them at the Goodwill bins along with the dress shirts. Dress shirts are a combo of getting them from Goodwill, and actually I have some donations from a very amazing lady down in, oh, that didn't work, down in Iowa. So I always appreciate that as well. And then obviously the fabric comes from the Japanese fabric chips. Actually, there's a couple in here that are, or one in here that was from the original days of buying from Etsy sellers, which is like insane when I think about it. Okay, that is all good. Now we just gotta do the trim down of the pocket here. These ones are less insanely off than some of the batches we've made recently, which is very nice. Sometimes they're like really far, like we're not gonna match at all sort of thing. It's like, no, please match. We finished Saint for our smutty book club. If you are looking for something just to read, it has plot. Fair warning, it is an extremely spicy book. And it has plot, but it is not plot driven. It's also a very short read. But my goodness, it is really well written. It's also stood the test of time. It's like from 2015, so that's also very interesting. Yeah, so I'm actually maybe going to also eyeball read it before, and if not, I will eventually eyeball read it. And then I started the adjacent, like, it's not the same characters, but it's like the brother. So I started that one. It's called Sinner. I'm pretty sure there's another one that's 1, 2, but I'm not as interested in it. So, and it wasn't available through any of my like sources. So I'm like, all right, we'll go with Sinner then instead. Can tell where it's going. It doesn't matter. I'm very happy to be along for the ride. I do think that the first one was stronger, but yeah, whatever. All right. I also had a robin run into my window this morning, which I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? It was like a conch. There is no like throughway either. They're fine. They took off and they like. Okay, sorry, this is a call. It looks like I probably need to take one moment. Spam. All right. I've definitely been getting more spam calls since we had our information leaked. Although I was having a lot of spam calls before. It's always like, who the hell sold my information? Like, I know that everyone has it and everyone sells it, but who did it this time? It seems to be that it goes in waves too. So sometimes it's like nothing for like a few months, and then suddenly it's just like everyone. Anyway, that one was literally a like, I don't know, flyby dialing. I never know. It's like, are you just like, oh, I should be trimming down these zippers as I'm doing this. Shit. Okay, let's do it. I'm like, are you just getting, are you confirming that my number's like active? Which is a lot of the time why I don't even answer them. Like that there's someone else on the other end of the line, or what are you doing? I actually could have my scrap bin right here. Okay, nope. We're just gonna throw those scraps on the floor. Abandoned cruelly to the floor. Not that cruelly, I'll pick them up later. By the way, we did figure out that these are actually blacklight fabrics with blacklight reactive. I wonder if I'll be able to show you. Does that? No. Okay, I went too far away. Yeah. So that guy right along the zipper. Actually, we might even be able to do it better if I turn off the big light. Yeah, there we go. So those guys are blacklight reactive. Any of the ones that have the neon on them. Like, what am I doing with all the bright lights on? So these guys are blacklight. The mushrooms are blacklight reactive, whatever the fuck they are. And the marshmallow friends. Let me just see if I can dig out a couple others. So it was like, another maker had been bugging me to figure out if they were blacklight reactive earlier in the year. And I finally like figured out that I could just recharge my blacklight. So it's super fun, especially I really like the pink neon here with that, obviously. Okay, that's yours. And then where's the others? Oh yeah, the marshmallow friends though are like super good because they're just so big. So like that yellow guy looks really good. Yeah, so if you're at Knit City, I will make sure that I have a bunch of these. Actually, I want to see the mushrooms because I haven't done the mushrooms yet. I was like, I don't know why I didn't pull the mushroom fabric. Fuck yeah, it's the pink. Oh, I don't know. So the pink is dark, is blacklight reactive. So the like dots on this guy and then the actual caps on the other ones are blacklight reactive, which would also explain why they smell a bit different than my normal fabrics. I was a little bit like, these don't smell quite right. So it must be something in the dye that actually makes it smell a bit different. Anyway, and then the yellow. Oh yeah, you can really see that one, it looks like. So it's really fun. Really, really fun. I really am like, I'm so happy that that's actually what happened. It's fucking cool. All right, where's your pocket? There's your pocket. So there we are, blacklight reactive fabrics. Anything with the neon, like actually true neon, like these cat faces or mushrooms or marshmallow friends, which I like. They look like marshmallow cats, so like Peeps. Made cat marshmallows. All right, in, under, let's go. Keeping an eye out because I have a big parcel coming today. So I'll make sure that I pick it up when it gets dropped off. I ordered a bunch of, I totally got influenced, but it's fun. There's been a resurgence in like perler beads. And so, but they're not like the 5mm perler beads. They're like 2.6mm perler beads. And they're super like, I don't know, the amount of detail that you're able to put into it, because of course it's pixel art, but the amount of detail that's available to you with the 2.6 versus the 5 is amazing. And so, yeah, that's what I spent my birthday money on. But it comes with the factor of like, I needed storage for it and stuff like that, because the set that I bought came in just like little baggies. And I'm like, I am not chasing 1,000 tiny beads if they get spilled. So I got like little containers for them. But then the other issue is that if they're not in the bags, you don't know what color they are. And most of the patterns you can work from tell you like use these colors. See, I'm waiting for the like little stickers so I can sticker them on the jars, and then I can, and then it's a little bit more contained. And yes, I ordered them all from AliExpress. So that, excuse me, why it's like, I've got a big box coming. It'll look like a lot. It's not going to have cost that much, but it's like, basically it ended up at one of the, what do they call it? It's like, it's one of the areas, basically they, oh my God, condense all the packages into like one. Consolidation. Like it starts with a C. It's not condense, but like it's something adjacent. Anyway, so yeah, they consolidate everything into one or however many parcels, but like if you order everything at once, it mostly ends up in the same parcel, which is what happened here, which is awesome. And then they send them all at once instead of sending you like 16,000 little parcels, because they obviously all come from different warehouses within China and stuff like that. So anyway, so I'm waiting for the like big consolidation parcel to come make its way to me. I'm like, yes, I'm excited. Got some beads for the kids, because I've been seeing one of the arts and crafts things I've been seeing is you do like sun catchers. So you take a bunch of beads, and the recommended way to do this is if you have a bunch of beads already. We do, but I want to like supplement it a little bit. So you take all the beads, and I think most people ended up saying that they do it with wire, actually, because you can wrap it around the stick, and then the wire holds its shape to like hold the beads. Or elastic beading thread, which actually I need to get some of if we're doing this. Anyway, it looks like a cute, easy craft. Definitely falls into the category of like pattern recognitions and fine motor skills and all of that. Not that everything needs to have a learning thing, but like those are some of the skills that we need to focus on this summer for both of them. So sorry, this like pocket is there we go. We're also doing some laundry too, so I'll have to head up in a little bit and actually put it out to dry. I have been air drying as much as possible, because I am finding that it goes way faster. It's not perfect, but honestly, yeah, I'm like, the more I do it, the more I'm like, dryers are a bit of a scam. They have their uses in Canada, -40, all of that. Although I'm pretty sure if I put it out in -40, it dries pretty fast too, to be honest. I'm gonna try it this winter and see, because I'm like, I could load the rack in the house, because I have a drying rack from Costco, and then like just like lift it out the door, and then when it's frozen, lift it back in, right? Because isn't it that it's supposed to kind of like the freeze thaw action of it is what actually dries it or something like that? Anyway, I'm still using my washing machine. I have not given up my washing machine, because that is a completely different chore, and laundry is already enough of a Sisyphean task. But I'm just like, no. We're not washing everything by hand. But drying, air drying when it's summertime definitely has its benefits for us. Dallas doesn't like some of it because it does go too like crispy. So like a few of the things, like there are a few things that we're not drying outside. One of them being bath towels. And then a few of the things that like we are drying outside, we'll throw back into the dryer, just to basically fluff it up. Namely that being like denim. Denim does not feel like cardboard stick legs. No, I can get behind him not liking that. So it's like, bring it in, throw it in the dryer, but like 5, 10, 15 minutes is a lot different from let's dry this for an hour and a half, which is what it normally does take to dry our clothing. So I don't know if I load our machine too much or what, but anyway, what brings this up is A, I'm actively doing laundry right now, and B, I can see our quilt that I just washed hanging from the from our balcony. It's like waving in the wind, which means it's probably almost dry. Okay. So what we're doing is for these pockets, we're not nesting seams. We're actually, what I'm doing is I'm folding them both the same way, and then I'm actually pinching them together with both seams facing into what will be into the pocket. I find that the smoothest finish for this bag. Obviously, most of the time we do nest our seams, especially for like the small box bags and stuff like that. But for this one, I find that is the better option. We will have a revamped product at Stampede Breakfast, which is the totes. We'll have open top totes versus zip top totes. These are coming about because the zippered totes are not selling. Yay. But what they are doing, what I have been hearing now that I'm making the Dundurn totes with the wax canvas, is a lot of people prefer not having zippers in a tote bag. So we're trying that, just open top. I am going to have the option, I don't know if I'm going to have the option at events or just like online, but the option of like adding a snap, because then there's still some sort of closure option, but at the same time it's not restrictive to your use of the bag. I love how grumpy these two are. So this guy that's like in the sunglasses, and then this guy down here, right there. And he's placed so well. Oh, there's a couple of them. Sweet. And the white one in the sunglasses just looks like a sassy little queen. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. All right, so my goal for today is to get all of the pockets finished. And then I also want to try to get, we are going to add, this is something that is in the pattern, but we haven't done before. I'm going to add the top D-ring loop, because honestly, it's going to make it easier to use the bag for hanging in like washrooms and all of that. But my machine last year couldn't handle it. Now that we have the walking foot though, it's going to be a lot easier to actually have it, like sew it in, especially since we leave it open until the end anyway, and then I can just like throw it under the machine and finish it. So that is the current plan. I would really like to have these to the point of turning, which would mean having the straps in, but if I don't, that's fine, because that's a super easy task to finish up tomorrow. And then we're going to go in and we're going to select 10 to 12. I keep saying 10, but it's probably actually going to be 12 to 15. I don't know why I backstitched there, but all right. Corner reinforcement. Anyway, I keep saying 10. It's probably realistically we're going to try for 15. Let's say we're going to try for 15. We're going to select 15 Kato. Oh, I thought that was going to fly off there for a moment. And we will try to finish those for Saturday as well. And then I do want to get in and get a few more of the tote bags finished too. Anyone who's watched for a while knows that I am being overly ambitious, considering that these haven't been finished. Like, this is stock still from Otafest technically. Although Otafest, I definitely fucked up in the fact that I was like, I gave myself like 2 sewing days before Otafest actually happened or something ridiculous like that. So not sufficient time for sure. Really. So all right, so I'm pretty sure that the main reason for doing this stitch down is to make sure that everything gets caught, kind of acting like a basting stitch, more than anything, and to just make sure that everything's aligned at some level. These ones haven't been quite as insane for like overlap for these pockets, which is nice. Means that maybe I did a better job cutting or something like that. I don't know, but I'll take it. The zipper pull, I just accidentally pulled it off. I don't know how, considering that I was trying to pull it back, but here we are. We will get it back on eventually. And then, yeah, we'll continue on after that. Come on, zipper. If you're like, why don't you get your zipper jig out? I know. I'm not going to, though. We are going to open it all the way up, though, because that might actually make it easier. Come on, zipper. Come on, zipper. Do 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 do. Come on, zipper, come on, zipper, come on, zipper. Come on, zipper, come on, zipper. You're almost on there, pull. Like that. Okay, but so then this begs the question, where did my zipper jig go? Because, fuck. Okay, nope, I do have to do this by hand. Because the zipper jig is with the zipper poles, and I honestly don't know where the zipper poles are right now. Ah! The number 5s. I know where all the 3s are because they're in the drawer, but... La 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 la. Okay, if I can't get this now, I'm going to just... We'll just chill on it, and we'll come back to it later. Circle back to it. Right, right. Okay, there. Maybe we win. Please let me win. Come on. I also don't want to destroy... We did it. I didn't want to destroy the zipper tape because then you can't, like... Yeah. And then it frays easier. Okay, there we go, though. Haha. Okay. We've done it. All right, now we're going to go in. So what I've tried to do a lot of the time is match the vibe of the fabric with the dress shirt as well, which is something we did before, but with this many dress shirts to choose from is definitely something that we can even like customize even more, which is a lot of fun. And again, as I mentioned, it's actually been, I was struggling the last few years to keep everything straight because usually I'm like, okay, denim matches a certain thing, and then the zip pull matches a certain thing, and then the pockets are all very similar outside of like cats and dogs get paw print sort of thing, which is still true of some of these. But the nice thing about having these each have a different pocket fabric has meant that I haven't had to waste as much time matching everything after sewing a certain step. So like now when this is done, all I have to do after the welt pocket is just like match it up to its pocket fabric, and that has been, I think this probably saved us a good few hours of work, to be honest. And if not work, mental, definitely mental like energy. So, which in the end of it all is more important in some ways, because that leaves me more room to do other important things. You are white stitched. Okay. Oh, that's how I got it. How it ended up pulling off is because I was like, I got caught on the pocket fabric. Okay, fine. So our schedule this summer is going to be a little bit different. Well, not completely different, but a little bit different because kids are in summer camps when Dallas is at work, except for the Mondays. This is really the one Monday where there was any like scheduling conflict or no scheduling conflict. So I'm actually taking Thursday off instead. Because Dallas is like home on Thursday, working today, home Thursday instead. And then, yeah, we'll be on to kids are home a lot more. And we'll just see when I get done. I'm hoping to get quite a bit done this summer, but you never, like, it all depends, right? So, all right. Pocket time. I think there's something like 40 of these to finish, by the way. 44, something like that. We'll do a count here in a moment just for my peace of mind. I know everyone's always riveted by the fact that I need to know how many I need to finish. Of course. But, now we technically do have all the straps for these cut. I don't do hardware until after we've turned the bag because then I don't have to worry about making sure that's the correct direction, because that's definitely bitten me in the ass before. But yeah, that's where we're at with it. Oh, I was supposed to do up a bunch of, fuck. Like, just lost so much time recently. It's ridiculous. Everything's just been like, I should be able to work more and produce more right now, and it just hasn't been happening. And I don't quite know why. So I'm like, great, I was going to make a bunch of 2, 3, 4, we're gonna make a bunch of crossbody straps for the Kato. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this one I forgot to actually put the stabilizer on, but what we're going to do is, because that's just a snap thing, actually I should just adhere it right now. Yeah, I'll set it to the side so that we actually do that, because that will make it easier. This is 5 though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for anyone who missed earlier, by the way, all of these neon prints with the cats, the marshmallow friends, or the mushrooms, they are all blacklight reactive, which is so much fun. Also explains why they smelt a bit funky when I was washing them, to be honest. 2, 3, I was like, why do these smell weird? Not like super bad, just weird. So it must be something in the dyes. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 15. Oh, actually, so we've kicked into these pretty good then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's wait, is that actually matched with that? No. Okay, we're gonna pull this because there are 3 of these tablecloth ones, and the tablecloth ones because they're all the same fabric. So that's what I mean, like that didn't match the denim. So what we'll do is we'll set it aside for now, and we'll figure out which ones match and then like go from there. The only one I know for certain is there's a dog one in here that works, because I just did it yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. So that's 20. So we probably have about 25 left, except outside of the, yeah. 1, 2. Yeah, see, that doesn't match either. Shit. Okay. Why don't they match? I've already sewn the leather in. Shit. Okay. Better to pull them out though and then get them right than leave them in and be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if all of these guys are under suspicion, except that this one is not under suspicion because that's definitely a denim match. Okay, so 26 right now. And we will start there. Plus all of these ones that need a little bit of TLC. This is usually what happens. That's why we end up with a backlog, but better safe than sorry, right? Right. Also just a natural weeding process, because now it's very likely that this one's won't get finished. Whoops. We'll miss 4 out of 44. I think when you actually think of how I'm even, like, ugh, okay, back it up. Displaying 44 mini traveler slings is also the other issue of this. It's like, I don't know if I actually have the rack space for 44 mini traveler slings. And actually, but although at the same time, they don't typically go on the rack. They go on, they go into dollar store baskets. So these, like, this is insane. But honestly, I spent $20 at the dollar store 1 or 2 summers ago now. And it was literally for 2 like laptop risers basically, and 4 baskets. Okay, so maybe $10, $30. Oh no. Those props have brought in more revenue than some of my like $100 displays, or more, or even like higher, 100 or more displays. So yeah, it doesn't always have to be the fanciest shit to display your stuff. Now they don't work for certain things, like, but they work really well for like the belt bags in some ways, but definitely for the minis, because the minis are so flat. They're super easy to display in them. Blah 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 blah. All the good stuff. So okay, it's almost time to empty that. This needs to be turned down, and you are white stitched all the way around. Cool. Okay, we go denim down. Just joining, we're working on mini traveler slings right now. These are crossbody slings. The idea being that it's got like 3 pockets, so a foam pocket, a miscellaneous slip pocket, which does actually fit a 500 milliliter water bottle, like the plastic guys, and then a back pocket, which I always consider, since it's called the traveler sling, it's like the passport pocket, right? So you can have it close and safe to your body. The strap itself is about 52 inches long, quite generous. It is a fixed strap, and these ones are going to have a little bit of an upgrade in that they will have a D-ring at the top, so it's even easier to like hang them when you go to wash them and stuff like that. Although honestly, I don't see, like, even with my belt bag, I know this is terrible, but it's in the washroom with you anyway. It's like, I don't actually take them off typically. But this one I will add the D-ring. The idea being that it's going to be up here, so you could like hang keys off of it, or like maybe I'll actually go in and make some little like lip balm holders and stuff like that that could be paired up with it. That might be fun. I'm always looking for new little scrap buster projects. I love this dog here. This, like, he looks like he's seen shit. He's all like, I'm totally judging you. It's all light stitched. Okay. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hi Dahlia, what's up? Yes, you, what's up? No, I cannot sew actual curves to save my life right now. Actually, what I'm hoping, well, I can, but if I have, like, if I'm not trying to put them into production mode, but the flat corners like this that are curved are way easier than 3D corners that are curved. Also, like, 14 years of sewing practice. So, if you're watching this as a new sewist, just know there's been far too many hours put into practicing this. Way too many. And if you're an old hand at it and you have any tips, please let me know. I can always use it. In a non-judgmental way. I am definitely self-taught, because that's just how it's gone. A lot and a lot and a lot of trial and error. And I still trial and error way too much. Only thing that I've done that most people wouldn't have, well, okay, there's 2 things in the studio that most people wouldn't have access to, and that is the industrial machines, which is definitely an investment for the business. Like, if I was just sewing for myself, I would just be doing this on my domestic. And for the longest time, that is actually what I sewed all of my bags on. Shout out to my brother machine, a CE 8080, one of the run-of-the-mill cheap models from Walmart, and it still runs. I definitely noticed the difference, but I do keep it up. Partly I'm keeping it because I'm like, it'll be easier to teach the kids on. It's less scary for me, because this thing can sew through your damn fingers. And partly because it's like, if either of these crater, then I still have a machine to like continue producing on while we figure out what the fuck is wrong with these guys. So, oh, I love this fabric. It's like these cats in like hiding with fruits amongst florals. Oh, it's just so good. Like, look at them. They're so sneaky, and like, it's very, okay, so if you're looking at it from here, you're not going to be able to tell that there's cats, really. There's like, so that's a cat, that's a cat, that's a cat. That guy's actually, the tuxedo that's there is going to actually be covered by the snap, like the leather snap. So he's going to be a really sneaky kitty. Like that. So I really love, this is one of the things I do really love about Japanese fabrics and the cat fabrics is they can be extremely adorable and very elegant at the same time. It's treading a very different line from what a lot of our North American cat fabrics still tread, I find. Plus they just, the aesthetics appeal to me, obviously, having been an exchange student and stuff there. If you are new to that story, royal we, it's just me, myself, and I. Although Dallas is usually along for the ride too. A lot of the time. Not all the time. Anyway, all the fabrics come from Japan. I started going there because I was an exchange student in Japan during university. And when I started looking for cute cat fabrics here, access to it in North America was just not what I needed at the time. And so I was like, you know what, let's look at Japan because they're super into cats. And lo and behold, lots of cute cat fabrics. So we have been sourcing Japanese fabrics from Japan, going there and buying it retail from various sources in Tokyo, Kyoto, and previously Osaka. And then making bags out of it, mostly because of the cute cat fabrics. And now we get a lot of other prints as well because when in Japan, right? So here we are. It's insane to think that we've been doing this for as long as we have been. If you're in the Calgary area, I am involved in a lot of shows in the upcoming months. Well, I'm involved in 4 more shows this year, I guess, which honestly feels slow compared to what I normally do. But that's okay because we got a couple begins. We've got coming up right like Saturday is the Ancient Arts Yarn Stampede Pancake Breakfast. So come on down, have some breakfast with us. From what I remember, it runs from 10 till 3. I know it ends at 3. I'm pretty sure it starts at 10. And they will have hot dogs and other fun stuff in the afternoon. So if you miss the breakfast, they'll feed you in the afternoon as well. And then I will be at Omatsuri, which is at the Max Bell Center, July 17th and 18th. They have like a night market on the 17th and then a full day market on the 18th, along with cultural activities and information sessions and presentations and a bunch of stuff. So that's really fun. Japanese food. And then we are on a break until Knit City, Calgary, which is the end of September. And yes, it's back in Calgary this year, down at the Telus Convention Center, and that's the end of September. And then the big one is we will be at Art Market this year, which is in November. It's been a goal show of mine for a few years. I've been like super wanting to go to it. And like, you know, sometimes it never feels like the right time. And so we're in for it. It's a 4-day show. We are going to go balls to the wall as best we can, hopefully. Yeah. A few things are going to change this fall because eldest is going to be homeschooled. So they'll be home a lot more. I probably won't be streaming quite as much as I have been. Although realistically, I haven't been streaming much this year either because I don't know what's been up. I was all gung-ho at the beginning of the year, like, yeah, we're going to get 1,000 subscribers this year. And now I've like, haven't put the work in to get to that point. I'm just like, damn it. But yeah, so that'll be a little bit of a shift. I think what'll end up happening is I will be doing a lot more work at night, or I'll try to be doing that. And then youngest is in kindergarten still, which is good because then basically what we can do is we can guinea pig the eldest. I hate to call it that, but it is true. It's like we are testing out what we're using and all of that on the eldest to see if it actually even works for our family and stuff like that. We are not homeschooling due to religious reasons. We are both secular parents. And my thought process, I was homeschooled. I was homeschooled on a Christian ideologically based program. We obviously do live in a Christian ideologically mostly based country. But what I want our kids to experience is what I call whole life education in part, and then also just homeschooling fits our schedule better. That is actually the main thrust of it. I also do think it's going to serve our children better. because we're like 99% sure. One is Nero spicy for sure. We don't know. I'm not 100% sure on the other, but one definitely like 99% sure. So we're just waiting for the official word on it right now. But they are presenting very much like their dad did when they were that age, and a lot of the rest of the family as well. It definitely came through very strong for most of like Dallas's siblings too. So, yay. So yeah, so it's like we'll be able to tailor schooling more to them and stuff like that too, which is like one of the glorious things about homeschooling. Yeah, and we're gonna follow curriculum because that is not my training, obviously. So hell yes, that looks so good. Yeah, so these guys with the neon mushrooms and everything like that, they are black light reactive. Here, let's do this again. I'm gonna turn off the lights here and I'll show you. So yeah, so like the orange on this one is all black light reactive. I hope that's showing up. So anything that you see, mushrooms, marshmallow friends, or the cat faces with the fish. And in this case, so it's the pink, all the neon pink on this one that is blacklight reactive. So those are a lot of fun. I know there's a couple people who dye blacklight reactive yarn. Kim or Colin of Ginger Snap that. And then Jen Fibre Goddess out of Calgary as well. So we're gonna have some fun with that at Knit City, I'm sure. Oh my goodness, there's some really good artists. So our experience of Stampede is very different from what most people think of Stampede. Stampede is a big 10-day party, but for us it's always been mini donuts, some beers, some adult beverages, nothing insane, and the art, and the barns occasionally, depending on how the time went, sort of thing. And chuck wagons. Chuck wagons are actually the big one, but Western Oasis has always been part of our Stampede experience as adults. And this year there's an artist. So there's a couple artists there. There's one that I definitely want to print from. I saw him at Art Market, and his like clouds. I don't know if anyone's ever listened to Ian Tyson's Charlie. Oh shit, what is it called? Charlie Dan? No, that's not him. Oh, what is his fucking name? Shit. I've known it for years and it just escaped me. Okay. Is it Charles Davis? No, that's not right. Okay, let me find this out, because honest to God, it doesn't make sense unless you actually kind of see both. But this kid, it is a kid. He's like 19 or something ridiculous. So he's super young. I can't remember if he works in I think he works in acrylics. I think it's cowboyography. No, that's Coyote and the Cowboy. It's not. The Gift. Okay, what is The Gift about? Ian Tyson, The Gift. I'm not going to listen to it because of copyright concerns. Charlie. Just calls him Charlie. Shit. Charlie Russell. There we go. Okay. So I want to show you his clouds. Because he did paint. His images are really neat. Okay. He ends up in like a lot of this is like the Western calendars and everything like that. Anyway, so this is like very much the vibe of what he paints. And then so this kid that's painting that I met him at Art Market, and then he was at Stampede as well, James Zimmer. That's like, it's not exactly the same colorways. Sorry, I'm trying to find something where it's like, oh, this is it right here. I really want this print. Yeah, it's oil. So it's got a very warm toned base, but it's the clouds that get me. And then the buffalo on that one are super cool. So that's definitely like, I didn't pick it up at Art Market. I should have, but I'm like, I needed to figure out where I wanted to put it. And anyway, he just made like, he's showing off how he's got his studio set up and everything like that. So this kid is like, he's 19, guys. Super talented. Obviously has spent the time actually putting the work in to develop the talents as well. But my God, so cool. And then the other one that I ran into there that was really, really neat. She paints cowgirls in like what I would typically associate in cowboy activities. And she actually goes in and talks about this a little bit. So I would suggest following her. But like, look at her work. So she's Renee Gold. Do you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to type these both in the chat so that you can go find them on Instagram. And like her colorways are just really cool. There are no specific faces. But like, here we go. Just really cool work. And it's one of the things I love about Stampede is going and seeing the artists there. I've met some really cool people through there, and just, it's so good. Anyway, so the first one, amazing cloud painter. Let me just figure out their actual handles so that, I wonder if I can post, oh right, I can actually post the full link. So let me find them and I'll share the full link for you guys. Oh, right. I've already got a window open, duh. James Zimmer Art, Instagram. He's 20 now. Oh no. But like, insane. Okay, so that's James Zimmer. That was the boy that young man now, that can paint the clouds so well. It's ridiculous. And then let me see if I can search up. I don't want to turn on notifications. Hey, she's right at the top. And then Renee Gold, Gould. Here's the thing. So yeah, Cowgirl's doing cowboy coated work. Basically just women in the positions that I would normally expect to see cowboys painted as. Does that make sense in some ways? I don't know how to word it exactly. It's like, they're cowgirls. They're working cowgirls and everything like that. Anyway, super worth looking at because just, ugh. I love her. I loved her colorways. They're very soft, but like just really cool. I like the fact that there isn't a lot of detail in the face and stuff like that, because it's like you can kind of, it's not straw manning, but it's like the ability to project yourself onto that figure, I guess, maybe, is part of it. So, I don't know. It's just really, and like, two very different styles. Actually, and then one of the fun ones I saw there too is they had, someone had painted paper dolls. Like, not paper dolls, but like when you popped a paper doll outfit out of a book and it had all the tabs. It was like different cowboy and cowgirl outfits for like paper dolls. It was, I don't know, that was super clever too. I really liked it. So anyway, it's a very good Western Oasis. And if you have an opportunity to go down to the Stampede grounds, that's like my top recommendation is Western Oasis. They also have wine slushies this year, which I ended up with a good beer. They always have, for the past few years, they've had Bandit Peak, which has been really good. It's a local brewery and everything like that, but I totally would have taken a wine slushie instead. Anyway, we're just wandering through all sorts of topics today because we got a long work day ahead. And why not? this is the chaos. We're here for the chaos, right? I hope you're locked in. This is a stream of consciousness. By the way, we are not supporting of like oh, how to put this? It's like, what is it like? We support the Stampede, not conservative values, I guess. Myself, at least. I can't speak for anyone else because that is a very personal topic. Canadian first. Canadian first. There we go. And that's where we stand. All right. So we're gonna get in here, and now we're down to. I know we counted them all. No, I'm like, where are we at? 5, 10, 15. Hey, 20. We're down to 20 more to sew. So that's well over halfway now. I think we started around 44 or something like that. Now we did pull some out because we need to figure out their pocket situation, which is fine. They'll probably just end up, I know this is terrible, they'll probably end up in the next run because honestly I need to also finish once these are done, they're done. I gotta move on to Kato, and the next round of minis can soak up that work. It's fine. If you're like, Katie, finish the whips. I know, we are finishing the whips. Those I've got 2 from the last round that are game finished right now. So there. We do also have, we got small box bags to wrap up on. I got to finish up the last little bit. Small box bags and tote bags. I revamped the tote bags again. I'll show them off here once these are done. But basically, they're going to be open top totes instead of zip totes because we have so many cut and the zip totes are just not moving. Oh, the moon's really big right now. Hello! Long time no chat. We're cranking along on minis here, even though I'm getting distracted by other information. So, we were just chatting about the art market that's actually at Calgary Stampede this week. Well, for like the 10 days. So, yeah, hopefully those links show up, but we were chatting about a couple of ones that really impressed me. James Zimmer art, he's like 20 now. I met him originally in November when he was 19, and now he's like kind of taken off here, which is awesome. Good for him because my God, his like paintings are amazing. And then the other one was Renee Gold, Gould, and she does some amazing paintings of cowgirls in what I would say like cowboy coated like portraiture. So it's really fucking cool. Thank you. It's going good. I have this year has been an absolute shambles, especially this last month. So I'm just happy to be back. We're working towards. We got a full schedule. We got 4 more shows this year, and the first one being Stampede Pancake Breakfast this weekend, Omatsuri next weekend, and then we've got Knit City Calgary in September, end of September. And then I got into one of my goal shows, which is Art Market in Calgary. So we're trying to crank along. I have another trip to Japan in October in between Knit City and Art Market. So please come buy the stuff so that I can pay my artisan in Kyoto, because I gotta go pick up an order from her. That's why I'm going back in October. I gave her a panic attack when I was there in February because I was like, I'll see you at this event. And she's like, she messaged me and she's like, do you have an order to pick up? And I'm like, no, don't panic. This is just when the family trip worked out, because we both known that I wasn't going to be able to pick up until June, but the first dates that worked were October. So here we are. Actually, it works out better anyway in general, because yeah, it's like end of the show year instead of like middle of the show year, because sometimes managing cash flow in the middle of the summer is intense. So come buy my stuff, please. I did restock. If you're looking for scissors, there are new scissors in like the store. Just restocked them the other day because they just came in. Yep, assembly, we're production lining everything. Right now we're working on all the pockets for the mini traveler slings. I'm hoping to get all the pockets sewn. And if stretch goal is to get these smashed together, except for their handles, like straps tonight, because realistically adding straps tomorrow is okay. I'd prefer not to though. I want to sew Kato instead, but we'll do what we can do. So it's not even noon yet, although it is almost lunchtime and washroom break time. So we'll work on that here in a moment. Rundown on them again. We have shifted to majority of these are upcycled dress shirts now for pockets. Denim has always been upcycled, and then the new Japanese fabric on the front, which is fun. Oh, we forgot a tag for this one. Shit. Okay. That's okay. We need to actually do another one here as well. Okay, I'm going to set this in the back, and we will. It's in the like maybe pile. It's actually in the timeout pile, so it's like if it may or may not get finished. Although at that point I could just glue the, actually yeah, we can just glue the tag on. It's a little bit easier than like getting the snap. So awesome. Have a good lunch, my dear, or good rest of your work day. Okay, that's white stitching. Okay. Love this pink one. This was actually a Wrangler shirt of all things. They do a typically like tough enough to wear pink at Stampede, and this is definitely one of those shirts. So, or well, not necessarily like one that actually got worn to rodeo. It was a little bit too clean for that, but probably one that someone had for a corporate event or something like that. Whatever. It's a very large shirt. It's given me lots of fabric. I still have a lot of fabric left from it. I'm very pleased. All right. Need to start winding the next bobbin. We'll do that next. There we go. Good. Good enough. Good enough. Alrighty. Bobbin, bobbin, bobbin. Wind the bobbin, wind the bobbin, wind the bobbin. Now with these ones too, typically when I'm doing seams, I nest the seams. So each fabric is going a different direction. This one is an exception. Both fabrics are pointing down into, or into what will become the pocket. Just because that seems to, like, it creates the cleanest line in this case. So for this project in particular, but like for small box bags and Kato and a bunch of other ones, we always nest seams. And when I'm talking about nesting seams, that means that, yeah, one fabric's pointing this way and one fabric's pointing this way, and it creates what I find to be the cleanest lines. Personally, I'm also not a quilter, so I know quilt rules are also very different. All right, I am going to finish 1, 2, 3. No, I'm gonna leave it there. I need to pee. I've drunk too much coffee today. And I am also going to just grab my lunch quick. It's just pizza, so it's not gonna take long with the dark stitching. So I will be back in probably about 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll chat with you soon. Okay, sorry. That was far longer than I had anticipated. I was like 20 minutes, and it's been like, what, almost an hour? Sorry. But we got coffee and stuff like that. We've eaten our lunch. I did get my parcel, so part of what I was doing is I was actually checking out my parcel to make sure everything was there, and just some like review stuff on it, like not review stuff, but yeah, confirming receipt. A couple things aren't going to work, so, well, one thing, basically the funnel like broke in transit, and it also, the size of the funnel doesn't actually work for the perler beads. It's supposed to work for like the little diamond bits, but so I was like, oh, those can't be like any different from the perler beads, but it must be the shape or something. So we'll see what happens there. And then, yeah, can't imagine too much will happen there, but anyway, here we are. We're back to it. And so we've got 18. There's like, what, 3 up top? 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15. Yeah, so we have 18 front pockets remaining. And then we'll go into welt pockets. We might. I am delusional enough still. It is early enough in the day that I have some hope that we might still finish at least this portion of the, like, we might get them to the point of turning. I don't know. The welt pockets are probably going to take a while because they typically end up taking a while. So that's why I'm hesitant to say yes, we are for sure going to do this, or no, we're not going to do it. Are we going to get there? Who knows? We'll find out. And if you're just joining, all of these neon prints are a black light reflective, reflective? No. Reactive? No. Black light. Yeah, reactive? Fabric? Anyway, they all responsive? BLR, black light. Yeah, anyway, they all respond to black light, and the neons flash really awesome, which is cool. I love it. Oh man, if you get an opportunity to go down to Stampede this year, and this is part of why I want to go back, and besides the fact that I'm like, friend's never been, gonna go with the sister-in-law. I did chat with my mother-in-law and she's able to take the kids, so that's awesome. Makes it so much easier. And then I'm just like, we're gonna be really late, so can we just like crash at your place? Then they don't have to like actually worry about the kids overnight. Just part of the night. All that, and anyway, if you get an opportunity to go down, the best midway food that we had this year was the I went to Walk This Way because they had a ramen donut, which turned out to actually be Indomie, not ramen, but that's okay. It was really good, but the better thing was actually their crab rangoon wonton nachos. So it's basically like nachos stuffed with crab rangoon, which I don't know if I've ever had crab rangoon before this either, but my God, was it tasty. It was so good. I think that's one of the best midway foods I've had in actual years. And like, we go every year. So yeah, so highly recommend. That is my #1 suggestion for midway food at Stampede this year. Definitely not what you typically expect of midway food at Calgary. Well, Calgary's always been pretty, I don't know. There wasn't a lot on the menu that was like I wouldn't have eaten. Typically there's definitely some crazy things. I was going to go for Covet, which is new to me. Coffee shop had a like, they have a cute promotion. They like obviously imported a bunch and like branded a bunch of cowboy boots. But then, and I thought, okay, cool, that's cute. I'll be able to get a coffee in it, or like iced coffee is what I was thinking would happen, right? Sort of thing. No, it was like $25 for a cowboy boot, which while admittedly cute, was just filled with pop. And I'm like, hell, even if they had filled it with coffee, I probably would have paid it. But it's like, I'm like, no, that's too much. in my head, you were able to get like their cold lattes or something like that in it, which at that point of the day would have been perfect, but instead they did not. They just filled it with pop, and I'm like, nope, we're not doing that. It is funny though, because there's like, I don't know if they're like new to Calgary or like what, but I don't know. And I don't know how I stumbled upon it. Must be like a geolocation basis or whatever. But someone was complaining on Threads about the cost of Stampede. And yeah, it's expensive. I'm not going to argue that. I tried to do it in the thriftiest way possible for us, especially with 2 kids. And it's still not cheap, but like, it's something that we do. That's like free day to get in, day seats with the chucks, because the kids are not in a position to want, like for me to want to do more expensive seats. And then we also get them the like ride passes, which means that they can ride. We definitely got our money's worth, especially this year, out of the rides passes. So like the most expensive part being the actual day tickets, and then food. Food's always expensive. Yeah, but so a bunch of people were like, well, they've got like, anyway, in response to this threads, she was getting legitimate, like, here are the cost saving measures, like, and we actually take advantage of a lot of these. So if you go to Costco, now, yes, you have to have a Costco membership. So I am speaking from a place of privilege about this. I am going also to Stampede, so it was like, if you buy the Costco Stampede bucks from Costco, you get 20% off there right away. So anything you buy is automatically 20% off. We did Parade to Park, which means that we got free entry for Dallas and I, and the kids are still free. Eldest will tick into the paid category next year, which is good to know, because that also factors into how we purchase our tickets and stuff like that. And like, so people were listing all this stuff out, and they're like, oh, that's too much work. And it's like, well, then why are you, they're like, it should just be cheaper. That was their main complaint. And it's like, people are like, but they like they've added all these options to make it more accessible to everyone. Like Super Pass, which is, I think it's $50, and you can get in every single day, because free mornings are only available usually like 11 to 1, or sometimes earlier depending on which day you go in. There's that, and like the ride all day tickets and all of this, and they're like, no, that's too much work. And it's like, it's literally the bare minimum. If you want it to be cheaper, go look at their website. Like, the hell are you talking about? And there's so much stuff to do once you're on the grounds. You don't have to do the pay for stuff. We do the chuck wagons because I enjoy them. But we didn't, like, realistically, we could go on the grounds and not do rides or games or anything and still have a good time. There's free concerts. There's like the Super Dogs. There's the BMX. There's the Air Force and Army like set up to check out, and all sorts of things. It's just, I don't know. She got reamed up pretty good in the comments, so I did not feel like I needed to put my 2 cents in, but it's like, yeah, just, I don't know. It seemed tone deaf. Do I disagree that Stampede is too expensive, or is quite expensive, and that makes it very restricted for a lot of people? No. Do I think that doing the bare minimum to make the experience affordable for yourself by looking at the website when you clearly have internet access at some point during the day is too much? Also, no. Maybe she was a bot. Who knows? That's the other part of this. Like, I don't even know anymore. Who's a bot? Who's real? Who's AI? My God. I'm real. I promise. If you're like, that's something that anyway, I would say, well, at least, what was it that I saw earlier? It was like Googling something in 2006. It's like, what's the capital of China? And it's like, Google says Beijing. And now it's like Googling something in 2026. What's the capital of Beijing, or of China? And it's like, well, let me think about that, and run the skit. The person doing the skit was like running water and stuff like that, and it's like, it's Shanghai, and the person's like, no, it's Beijing, and they're like, oh right, you're right for pushing back. And it's like, how is AI dumber than freaking Google was 20 years ago? Bah. Anyway, I'm real. I know what the capital of China is. Someone in the comments was like, it's C, obviously. The capital of China. And I was like, oh my god, it's clever. I love it. I laughed at that at least, even if I didn't laugh at the rest of it. All right. Trim, there's a little bit of like fray on this one, so I'm just going to trim that off a little bit, clean it up a little bit. There we go. It's not terrible, but it is very obvious. There we go. Flynn, just so you know, is on quality control inspector duty today, so if there are any mistakes in any of the products that I am currently sewing, it's totally his fault because he's quality control inspector. Like, what? I'm over here napping, lady. Okay. Almost done this portion. It's exciting. It's exciting. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. All right. So we're currently working on completing all of the pockets for the mini traveler slings. This is a pattern by Kandou or Kandou Crafts. She's a female pattern designer out of Ireland, as of the last time I checked. Basically the goal that I have today is I want to get at least all the pockets done, and if I can, I really want to get these done to the point of adding straps in. I think that that's probably doable given the amount of time I have left that I can like realistically work today, mentally work today too. Yeah, and then tomorrow will be the smash together of like throw in the strap and then turning bags. I probably won't turn them on camera. That will be an off camera thing because then we can go in and select. Then we could go in and select those other things. Kato, because we're going to do a few Kato tomorrow as well, or over this week as well. And I would love to get a few more. If you've been here before, you know how I do delusional goals. But I would love to be able to get a few more of the open top totes done as well. We do also have small box bag turned and ready to be finished in the bin back behind me here. So we do have some stuff that's going to be easy finish before next Saturday. Next Saturday is Stampede Pancake Breakfast with Ancient Arts Yarns. And then the following week is Omatsuri with the Calgary Japanese Canadian Association. It's a Japanese festival down at the Max Bell Center in Calgary. All right, we're good. So I definitely wandered a bit more than the rest. That's okay, we'll trim it down. So basically there are 3 pockets in this bag. We've got a front slip pocket, a front zip pocket, and then on the back is a like tucked in welt pocket. What I normally think of with this, since it is titled the mini traveler sling, my thought process is that that back pocket is for like a passport or something of that nature. This front slip pocket that we're going to sew right now, this guy at the top, does fit 500 milliliter water bottles. So I've had multiple people test that. And then the front like zip pocket's really good for essentials and things like that. I personally actually go with I really like this design, but I personally have gone with the belt bag, simply because it is 3D, and so it actually holds my sunglass case the best. So that is something to consider as well when purchasing one of these bags. I have like one of the big Costco triangle things, or you can always like upgrade to one of my handmade glasses cases, which now that I think of it, we actually need to do some more of, because they're like a quiet seller. They like just 1, 2, 3 at an event each time, and they just slowly get taken up, which is awesome. I like that sort of thing. So, all right. This is more elegant in some ways than the belt bag though, so obviously all up to personal choice and like what you're going to use it for and stuff like that, obviously too. So I do know someone who bought one last year, 2 years ago. I feel like it was Calgary, but I don't feel like it was last year. No, it must be the year before. So 24, she bought it actually to travel to Egypt with, and got approval from her, I think her boyfriend's Egyptian. And so he had been like, you can't carry certain things, like it's safer to carry it in different ways and stuff like that. And so she's like, is this something that would work? And he said that actually, yes, it would, because you'd be able to cover it up with like the jacket or something like that. So I cannot attest to that stuff. I have not traveled to Egypt. And I don't put any special like anti-theft work into any of my bags either. So like the non-slashable straps and stuff like that sort of thing. But anyway. All right, if you ever have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I love having my stream of consciousness have a little bit of a direction, but otherwise well, sometimes I have stories, sometimes I don't. We're a little bit better off right now because I haven't been streaming much. Just end of school year, like transition, summer transition. The kids are home more right now, and they're home while Dallas is home as well. So like the next couple of months, brouhaha. So I'm hoping that I can get lots done. Brouhaha, that's what I was going for. But anyway, I got Instagram enabled into the mini perler beads, which apparently are super big in China right now. Now that I think of it, it's probably like a Chinese account posting, but that's okay. I'm fine with it because honest to God, the detail that you can get on these like mini perlers are so good. So that's what most of my package was. It wasn't actually the perler beads. The perler beads came in a couple days ago, but it's all those little perler beads came in like individual little packets because they're all different colors. But they're not like resealable or anything like that. They're just basically a heat seal with the toothed, like whatever the fuck you call it, like the triangle edges. Toothed edges that you can open really easy, but like once you open it, you're done. So part of figuring out the purchasing of these was also like storage right away, and it needs to be transportable storage because I'm not going to set it up a permanent spot to do it down here or anything like that because we already have enough chaos down here, mostly me. But like it still needs to be able to live down here, so it can go upstairs and downstairs, blah, 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 whatever. You're like, oh, we don't care, Katie, just keep sewing. Shut up, let us hear the sewing machine. But what came in today was the containers for so I got the little set of little jars because they're adorable. And some stickers so that I know what bead is in each one because color and coded to like a certain thing so that I know which ones go where and like reordering and stuff like that eventually, maybe. Yeah, so it's like making sure that all of that stuff came in proper. We also have, I restocked scissors the other day. So if you've been looking for a pair of cat paw scissors, they have been restocked. We were out of black cat paw scissors. We are now no longer out of them. We have a small, modest selection of belt bags along with Kato in the last update as well that happened in middle of June. So if you're looking for anything before the event this weekend, I would suggest swooping on it now because it may or may not survive the weekend, or Omatsuri next weekend. We are going to have, i.e. I am going to have hopefully more Obi Traveler Slings and Dun for Omatsuri. And the goal for this Ancient Arts show is these minis. We have a shit ton of small box bags, like just needing finishing seams. I think there's like 27 small box bags, which is not a shit ton compared to what we've done in the past, but is quite a few anyway. And I want to get like 12 to 15 Kato done. The Kato hinge on how much we can actually get done today. Actually the next 2 days, because 12 to 15 shouldn't take me that long. It's also why we're not going back to the grounds for Stampede until Sunday, because I was just like, you know, I have to get ready for this show, and then I can like enjoy Stampede on Sunday as well, which is good. I don't know if the other pocket side got caught, so we'll have to check after this. Hell yeah, we got it. Okay. Get the zip pull in where it's not gonna fall off because we'll trim the zipper down. I didn't do this for the first few, and then I was like, wait, what am I doing? Like, trim the damn zipper, Katie. What are you doing? Trim the zipper. There. Okay. Ugh. Lunch did not sit well with my stomach today. My goodness. Or it could be that I had the coffee too. Like 2 back to back. Who knows? I don't know where the little black cat went. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put my laundry on. I forgot to do that. Oh, I'll do that next break. I think we'll finish these up and then I'll have a washroom break and I'll get the laundry air drying. And then we'll get well pockets done. Come here, come here. You're caught on the foot. Oh, so the author for one of my favorite book series right now is the Shield of Sparrows, which was followed up by Rights of the Starling this year, and then it's a trilogy, so the final book's coming out next March. And then she just announced the cover and the title, and now I'm completely blanking on it. It's like The Scythe and the Seven or something like that. It's fucking spectacular. It looks really cool, and I'm so excited to see how this series like wraps up. It's by Devney Perry. Seven and the Swift, that's what it is. But like, look at that cover. She's so pretty. Anyway, definitely in the romantasy genre, although I would say that it is more, okay. I never use romantasy as a derogatory term, but most people just call it smut. It definitely is not, it's plot driven, not spice driven. There's definitely some that we've read that have been spice driven. This is not one of them. And I do think it is one of the most unique of the like ones in the romantasy genre that we have read for book club. Yeah, so I really liked it. I really enjoyed Shield of the Sparrows. Rights of the Starling, I predicted the twist pretty much right away, which is fine because it just made it enjoyable. Like, yeah, in this case, I was just along for the ride sort of thing. But, yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I highly recommend it. That one and Heavenly Bodies were Heavenly Bodies? Yes, Fallen Stars was the second one, which is going to be like a 5-book series. I did not enjoy... Heavenly Bodies was fucking amazing. Very Sailor Moon vibes. That's what I was getting from it. Which, hi, I'm always here for Sailor Moon vibes, y'all. I don't know why I'm saying y'all. I live in Alberta. We are not the Texas of Canada, although it feels like it some days. Anyway, everyone. Dals always calls me on it. I'm like, it's a gender neutral term. Y'all is a gender neutral term, and it includes everyone. Y'all. Anyway. Yeah, no, out of everything that we've read, those are the two that definitely stick out in my head. Are, oh my god. Heavenly Bodies. Imani Erriu. Erriu. I never quite am sure how to pronounce that. And definitely Shield of Sparrows. Oh my god. We just did When the Moon Hatched, which I really enjoyed When the Moon Hatched. But then I would like listen to okay, first off, I figured out why I was bothered by the audiobook when I tried to listen to it like last year. I actually had to slow it down. The narrator was too fast. Which I know for most people is like nuts because most of the time we're speeding our audiobooks up, but it was just like just the cadence or something like that threw me off. So slowing it down to 0.9 versus like 1 even didn't distort it, and it just made it more of a natural, like still fast pace, but more natural and able to listen to it. And then yeah, I was like 8 hours into the second one and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, could not tell what the plot was anymore. I was like, are we like defeating the Tyrant King? Are we doing this? Are we doing this? It was kind of creepy, like the love aspect of it. I didn't sit quite right with me because one of them was reincarnated and one of them is not. And I'm like, that only really works if like you're both reincarnated, because here's the thing is that, okay, cool. You're reincarnated and like, yeah, you get to be with your love of your life, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, it felt like he kept expecting her to be the old person, and it's like, no, this is a brand new person with new experiences that have shaped her. So I don't know, it was just there was something icky about it, and yeah. And then on top of it, it was like at the same time, on top of it, apparently there weren't even that many spicy scenes in the second book. It's just like, okay, so you gotta figure it out. It's definitely in the high fantasy genre. I think that's part of it. So it's going to be slow. It's going to be slow. And apparently it was very slow. Like, we didn't even get to the main... I didn't finish it. But they were talking that we didn't even get to the main plot point until the very end of the book. And I'm just like, oh my god. No. It's good. It's not good enough for me to finish. I have gotten to the point in my life where I'm just like, let's DNF for this. I sometimes don't care. Oh yeah, we did race yesterday as well. It's one of our favorite events of the year. It's Stampede Road Race. They you race and then they feature pancakes. Dallas broke his PB on his half again, which is nuts. He did a 1:29.29 in Calgary, and he did a 1:28, like a high 1:28 yesterday, 49.48, which, if you don't understand running terms, it's bonkers. 1:30, like anything below 1:30 for half is fast. Like insanely fast. So he's done it, and B, he's repeated it, which is the other amazing and insane part. I am not this dedicated, y'all. I do not try to run that fast. Anyway, yeah, so that was yesterday. It was really good. It was amazing weather for it because it was like not too hot, but not too cold. It was sunny. I forgot how brutal that course can be. It's like, it's not like I haven't trained on it for the last few years for long runs. But there's a set of like undulating hills in the back that always like catch me off guard for whatever reason. I'm like, seriously? Like, you know, I always forget. These hills are hard. Meow. So, yay. But, yeah, it was a good race. And then the kids had a race. The eldest ended up in the next category, so they had a 600-meter race. The youngest is still in the younger category, so they had a 400-meter race. Yeah, and it sounded like they had like something like 1,900 people participate. It caps out at around 2,000. So it's pretty cool. My sister-in-law came and like chilled with the kids in the morning for us, which is always super helpful. Oh yeah, I did the 10K. I have actually shockingly retained a lot of my training, which is heartening because it does mean that like I'm going to be able to go in to training probably for this 5K that I have in September and actually like make proper gains. I won't have lost too much. The rest of this week I am going to start going. I didn't go to the gym today, but I'm going to start strength training again. Mostly because it's like I'm dropping the kids off where my gym is now, down at our like sports complex thing. So it's like, well, no shit, I should just go do it. So part of it also being that I was like, well, give the body 1 day to recover today so that I can do some repairs and then go do like 4 days this week, which will be good. But I still think I'm leaning towards the fact that it's like, okay, a lot of what's holding me back at this point is strength, not cardio. So that's what we're gonna do at least tomorrow. I will be a little bit later on Wednesday because I have a massage first thing in the morning though, so I'll be on by lunchtime at the latest. And yeah, our benefits have reset, so I'm like, yes, book it. Right after the like benefits reset, always. Ugh. Actually, I'm not feeling too bad, but it's like try to like keep up the maintenance instead of always like being just a little bit behind sort of thing. So, ugh. It's like, it feels like there's nothing on my face, but it feels like there's something there, and phantom dust. All right, this is 6 of 6 left to stitch here. Yes, I have pulled a few out that I'm a little bit, I gotta figure out what their pair-ups are because it's the same tablecloth in all three. And I was like, I hesitated on a couple this morning because I could not tell what denim goes with what. So we're gonna set those aside. Yes, they're going into timeout. I was like, maybe I'll get them. No, we're not gonna get them done, y'all. Not happening. Because it's chaos here and just sometimes just can't. We're already actually working through quite a few of the ones. Well, okay, we only had a few left over from last year, to be fair to myself. We had actually worked through quite a few. I think actually we ended up sewing a lot of them for Otafest. These are the new ones that didn't get finished for Otafest. That's part of it. Anyway, you're prevaricating. Yes, I am. It's my stream and I'll prevaricate if I want to. Is that actually how you use that word? I'm like, wait, what is the definition of prevaricate? Am I going to spell it right? That's the other question. Let's find out. Define prevaricate. I totally misspelled that. Prevaricate. To speak or write evasively. didn't lie. Wait, so yeah, so I said that I was prevaricating about getting them done. Yeah, that I like set them aside and we would totally get them done. Yeah, that's not happening. Why do I feel? Okay, it's just anyway. Also, by the way, I did try a new. I added one more step to putting on my press-on nails, and they have held on extremely well. And I'm like, okay, pop off, don't pop off. But yeah. So basically, all I did is I. Oh wait, this was 7 of 7. There's one more on top there. I finally bit the bullet and actually like did a cuticle remover, which basically just cleared out this little bit extra that was actually on the nail bed once it grown out. And yeah, they're sticking on so much better. It's ridiculous. So I think the only other thing that I could change might potentially be that I should, people are talking about a nail dehydrator instead of just like an alcohol. So you need the alcohol, like rubbing alcohol like swabby thing or whatever to disinfect your nails, because you don't want to get like bacteria caught underneath the press-on nail, because that's how you get grossness. Oh, what's going on here? There we go. But yeah, people are like, that's not enough. They won't like actually dehydrate. And then acetone technically does dehydrate your nails, but it's not properly formulated to not damage your nails. So that's the only other thing that I might change up. But like with the way that these are working, I'm like not actually worried about it. Because they're only supposed to be 7 to 10 or 7 to 14 day wear anyway. They make my, oh shit, that was right through that label, wasn't it? Let's see what the damage was. That pocket is really short. Yep, that sewed right through that label. Fuck. Okay. A makes that a really small denim. What happened that that's so short? Okay. As much as I like it, we're gonna set it aside because no. Oh, we got the cats with strawberries, and all it needs to do is, oh fuck it, let's just get this mini. I'm gonna warm up the mini, and I'm gonna press this on because this cats with strawberries should get done this week because it is adorable and timely. Actually, while it's warming up, we can do the base stitch for this. Anyway, why I set that aside is because it's a stitch too far. I'll have to seam rip it, and then looking at that, it's like, I think we'll pull the tag, stitch it, like remove it completely if I can't. Oh shit, no, we can't do that because like we'll remove it and then we'll just sew it and adhere it to the back instead. But the problem is that then that leaves the it leaves the adhesive behind, so we're probably gonna have to actually just suck it up or take the whole thing apart. So we'll figure that out though. Okay, that is very much not centered, but it will, we can fix that in the like sewing together of it. I'm actually really excited because I want to do some more of these tote bags too, the open top totes. They're turning out so freaking adorable. Here, I'll pull one and show it to you while we're waiting for this to clear up or warm up. So what it is, what the fuck happened there? Hi, are we still live on this one? It like actually cut it off, but we're still in chat. What is going on? Are we still streaming to the same stream? We are. That's so weird. The fuck. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, so tote bags, but they're open top now instead of with the zip, because the zip ones, as I keep chatting about, just aren't selling right now. So this will have the option, at least online, of being able to add a snap if you'd like up at the top here. basically what we'll do is I'll add a leather washer behind it so that it is actually stabilized. That's why we're putting stabilizer on this bag as well. But like, look at how adorable. So instead of reinventing my whole wheel, because I was like, what the fuck am I going to do with all these totes that I've cut and we haven't sewn yet? But yeah, I don't know. I'm super happy with them. I hope that they are a little bit to people's tastes. This came about because with bringing the Dundurn tote out, most people were saying that they actually prefer the snap versus the zip, because they can just throw more stuff in it and they don't feel like they have to use the zip. I'm like, okay, so let's try that on these. So we will have not a significant number of them, but quite a few with me for Ancient Arts Yarns. I have about 12 done right now, and we'll see if we get more done or not. Did I? Oh. I'm like waiting for this thing to beep at me, and I didn't turn it on. Okay. It can warm up while we do these then. La 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 la. Beans, beans, beans. Maybe it's a good thing that I actually had my next cup of coffee earlier than usual. Oh shoot, I need to wind the next bobbin. Okay, we'll do that on this next straight lines. Oh, this is so cute. So this is what I mean about some of the ones that were cut for last year. I'm pretty sure this was cut. If not, it was definitely planned last year. Doesn't mean that was necessarily prepped, but it's fucking adorable. Actually, I need to message one person because they were asking for a custom order, and then we both kind of like dropped the ball on it. We also have some custom stuff for a guy out in Squamish that we want to check out to see. Although I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel for the Squamish guy. He wants like chalk bags. And we saw each other at Otafest, and he was saying that honestly just a smaller version of the Kato would be good. And then, but it does need to be stiffer. So what I'm leaning towards is lining it with waxed canvas. Obviously no pockets because it's a chalk bag. And then I think we put the loops for like carabiners or belt loops on the back. So that's a couple of the swaps we're gonna do. We're gonna see. I'll see if that works, and if he's happy with like the stiffness of it when we actually get it done. That's the big thing, is it needs to just be able to stand up better on its own. There's obviously like quite a bit of stiffness in the Kato, like it's not going to fall over, but it makes sense for a chalk bag that you don't like want any movement basically, or less, like it has to be stiff enough that you can reach into it easily. All right, let's get this depapered. All right, line it up with the hole that we've already punched, because for whatever reason I was like, oh, let's punch the hole anyway. Can I see through you? Yes, I can. Perfect. So you're in the right spot. Boop. And then we're gonna do this. I am going to leave that to cool down while we finish up the rest of these ones, because then I'll just make the interfacing adhere a bit better. Zoom. Okay. This is one of the few that has new fabric versus upcycled fabric. The majority of the ones we're making right now have upcycled fabric for their pockets, but we still had some of the paw fabric left, so we're not going to skip that. Right, so it's already been produced, I may as well use it. My god, my delusion might be actually not that delusional today, because everything's just cranking along nice and smooth. I do know that we're going to have a bit of a fight with the next step with the welt pockets, because we have to fold up the it's really clever. You fold the fabric up over the zipper so that it like encases the zipper, and it doesn't, then when you're reaching in and out, it doesn't get caught on stuff. But it is an absolute pain in the ass to sew. It's just got to get so close and like intimate with the zipper. I could put a zipper foot on, but I find that I end up injuring myself quite a bit with the zipper foot. So we may or may not do that. One, two, three. 3, and the top pocket on the cat bag. Sweet. We are stupid close. Love it. Honestly, it's really tempting to just go in and do all of the like front pockets, but honestly, I think it's still working well to just do like a bag at a time sort of thing. Sweet, that's actually pretty well lined up with the denim at the bottom. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Oh, guys. Oh, wait, I gotta wind the neck, goddamn bottom. Wind the bobbin, Katie. Wind the bobbin. We're going to name our bobbin zone. If it doesn't even run out on this one, who knows? Yeah, I was gonna get all this portion done, or at least I was gonna, what was I gonna do? Oh, right, it was like sewing the slip pocket stuff to the exterior denim and to the like exterior, and I was gonna get that done on Saturday, and it just did not happen. My get up and go had got up and left, and then yesterday I did a little bit more work. Actually, I got the rest done yesterday because I was just like, okay, if I like pick away at it, then we can just come in and do the finishing work tomorrow like we're doing. But I was like, it was hard to even do that because I was just like, oh my god. Actually, we had the race yesterday, but I also like woke up at freaking like 3:30 in the morning, and it was just like, oh my god. We got home, had lunch, and then I was like, I need to sleep, and I need to sleep now. So that's what I actually napped for almost an hour and a half. And I woke up at like 4 or 4:30 again this morning. I was just like, oh no, I hope this is not a trend starting. And yes, I am of that age now, especially where it's like perimenopause is definitely, if not happening, on the horizon. I'm pretty sure it's happening at some point, or in some ways. We don't have the hormone information to back it up or anything like that, but there's been shifts that I've noticed, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm perimenopausal. I love how I'm referring to it as the we, because it's like the body and I. But that's what it feels like some days. I occupy my body. That's pretty much it. Anyway, yeah, but 4:30 a.m. wake-ups is not something I'm looking forward to, if it happens. I guess I can start getting up and having my like quiet time to myself in the morning, which is not actually the worst thing. Instead of like at night. I just don't want to have to like nap every day. I love a nap, but like in production season, it is not good. Well, it's fine, but it's annoying. It doesn't mean that I don't burn out though. So it's like, okay, balance it out. I don't think we're catching the bottom as much as I want, so you'll probably have to come back and just redo that seam along the bottom. That's fine. And check it after this. Yay! Good. All right, and the bobbin's almost round actually already, so that's sweet. Okay, just make sure we're sitting pretty good. Yep. It's all dark stitching, so that's pretty easy. I am thinking I was going to go in and just do the welt pockets right away, but looking at it, I think we'll go in and we'll do all the white top stitching for the fronts of these first. That is going to cut that way too close. Shit. Are you? No, you're okay, as long as I make sure that I'm like right on the edge of this side of the pocket. It is very close, but we should be okay. There we go. By the way, if you were looking forward to seeing me at Vibrations this year, we were unfortunately waitlisted. But I will still be out in Victoria because we had other plans made, and I'd be happy to bring out any stock you would like to see. I've already got a custom order on the way that we'll be working on at the beginning of August. And yeah, I'm, like I said, happy to work with you if there's anything you want from the shop, and then you can save the shipping fees at least. So may as well. I highly encourage avoiding shipping fees whenever possible. Even as a small business owner, I understand where the shipping fees go, and I hate paying them. It's just like, no. Yeah. All right. Last of the fronts nearly done. As mentioned, all I need to do at this point is the top stitch across the top. Oh, and we have to do tack down, side tack downs, because that does help significantly. Well, it has to happen. It helps significantly in the actual construction phase. So basically, we'll fold this up. We do a tack, like a top stitch, and it gets folded up and tacked down to the denim that's at the top here. Forgot about the tack downs. Okay, so there is actually a couple more steps on the fronts here, but that's okay. All right, should we go in and do those then? We won't do the top stitching and tack downs on the dark stitched ones because I don't want to have to change the thread 2 times. But we could go in and do all the white ones. Yeah, let's do that because then it's done. And then we'll do all the white stitched welt pockets. And then we'll do all the, and then all the black thread work. I feel like, hey, you're always going on about this. Yes, because I hate changing thread. It's even worse on the new machine. I understand why some have like 1 machine per color, especially when you're only working with 2 colors. That's expensive. We are not doing that in this studio. However, the dreams that I can dream some days. Will it save me that much time realistically? No. Do I still dream about it consistently? Yes. All right, so that's a dark stitch, but it is going to get white stitching on the welt pocket. So we're going to go in and we're going to snag all of the ones that need to be white top stitched on the... No, we'll do all the ones that have dark welt stitching, but white top stitching. So like... Okay, so that's got white. This has got dark on both portions. Okay. Dark. 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 This has white, but it's got dark stitching that's going to go on the welt pocket because it's a black fabric. Same here. So those 2, and then they'll go in for different colored stitching. This has white and dark welts. White and dark welts. Black. 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 White, white, white. Actually, there's a lot of white top stitching to be done. Holy, okay. White, or dark and dark. Okay. So all of these are like a combo of black and black. This is the only one so far that has black and white stitching. Okay, and then these are all white top stitching with a mix of, okay, so this is black top stitching, white welt pockets, black top stitching, white welt pockets, black, white, black with white, black with white, white with white, okay, white with white, sweet, white with white, white with white, white with white, white, white. How many times can I say white? Can I keep saying it until it like becomes an unreal word? White, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white. Okay. And then these are all black, black. If you're like, Katie, you sound crazy. Well, I think it is a bit crazy, but it's like, it's black top stitching on the fabric and white top stitching on the denim. And where this impacts us is that we need to have, like we'll have to swap the colors for the welt pockets next. So what we're going to do is we're going to do all the white stitching we can, and then we'll switch to black top stitching and do all the black top stitching we can. So la 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 la. It's one of the little details that no one really talks about with handmade. At least the nice thing here is we can chain stitch. Okay, I'm gonna do this portion and then it's bathroom time. My stomach's like, hey, so lunch did not agree well with you. And I don't disagree with it. It's always fun. Oh, right, and we gotta do, okay, so we gotta do top stitching and then we gotta do tack down stitches as well. And obviously we'll do those in dark with the other ones that are dark stitched. This is the easier way to top stitch this. I don't know if she actually says in the pattern to top stitch it, but I personally adore top stitch. I would almost call this more like an edge stitch. It's more almost decorative. It does, however, also form the fulfill the function of actually keeping this little fold together, even though you're going to fold it up to this line anyway. And you're gonna fold it up and do the tack down stitch anyway, but I like the little additional top stitch across the top. I think it just finished, like I just like how top stitching finishes bags. Blech. There we go, done. Long story short, very, very long story short, I like top stitching. I like the look of top stitching. The more top stitching, the better. Not really, but a little bit. Fold, fold, down, stitch, edge stitch it a little bit closer, please. Thank you. Like the machine is responsible for that and not myself, of course. I feel like that was a run out. Nope, we're still good. Okay, cool. That's good. That is good. All right. So we are on one of the last steps for the mini traveler slings. The next step is actually getting all the welt pockets sewn, which now that I think about it, there's quite a bit of work left there. Never mind. But we're gonna get really damn close to getting these done tonight, today, which is amazing. I'm excited. I do have to go out and get the kiddos. They're at summer camp right now. New summer camp. They're not with their preschool. They're actually like out of that program, which is exciting because I think there's going to be some different influences, which can be bad and it can also be very good. There'll be new kids to meet, new challenges. They've both been, well, the eldest has been in that program for, would have been their 4th year now, I think. And the thing about it is that it was the same themes every week doing the same stuff. So I'm like, even if they just kind of like swapped the weeks, it would have been nice, to be honest. So anyway, so we went to a different summer camp, which I think is actually maybe even better for the youngest in some ways. Although they'll be returning to that program in the fall. It'll be good. Okay, but this is the last step for the front until we go in and install the snaps, which is exciting. Snap installation is always the last step. So we will do that once they're all turned and finished. We also have one more, if I can, it's sneaking around here somewhere. It's the polar bear one. If I find it, we'll make sure it gets its snap as well. Oh my goodness, that lined up really well for those little birds. And now we're into the ones that are, denim is white stitched, but the Japanese fabric is dark stitched. Okay, so first things first, we will go in and we're going to end up doing the welt pocket finishing, I just realized. And then we'll like, oh right, we need to do the tack down stitches. Okay. Okay, first things first, I'm gonna clip these all apart, wash and break, and then we'll come down and do the tack down stitches. And then we'll do the welt pocket finishing. And then, which actually just keeps expanding in my head because I just remember that, yeah, we've like sewn and opened all the welt pockets, but we need to actually get the zippers installed. That's the first step. So we need to do zipper installation, zipper coverage, and then making the welt pocket, which is like sewing it actually together. And then the first step of the smash together. All right, that is a lot to do. So wash them, and then we'll get into that part of the nonsense. So I'll be back in a little bit. All right, we're back. For better or for worse, who knows? Okay, I know I'm supposed to do tack down stitches, but I really just want to go into wall pockets. God damn. There's all getting all sorts of issues on YouTube and stuff like that. Okay, good. We're still broadcasting. All right, so we can do zippers, or we could go in and we can do the tack down stitches at the top of the pockets. Although at the same time, if I clipped it, I wouldn't need to worry about that. Let's do that this time. I don't feel like, because I don't feel like doing it. Is that being lazy? A little bit. Oh well. And I might discover that that is an absolutely horrendous plan, but for now, we're good. So let's just get into it. So what we need to do is we need to pull all the fabrics that are going to be light top stitch. So what we need to do is like, so this is the welt pocket. I have to record some content from it, but it's welt pocket now. We have to install the zipper, and then we need to finish actually sewing the welt pocket itself. Where we're going to start is we're going to just start with the ones like they're piled here. So let's just start with ones that we actually know are white stitched, because this, so the stitching around the zipper that you're going to see here needs to match the stitching on the pocket, like on, or not the pocket, but the denim that's on the front here. So that's where we're at with that. Oh, okay. I'm like, I should finish my coffee so I can move it out of the way, and then we can go into the other stuff. A little bit too much coffee there to finish comfortably though. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip the whole thing together, and then we'll stitch everything after that. Yeah, okay. I think that works. All right, so zipper pull goes to the top of the thing. Okay, yeah, we're obviously not going to record on this one. I will record on the next one. So, turn the machine on K2. Now, if you don't do these in production mode, I would highly recommend that you use tape. Technically, I should use double-sided tape as well. This is a do as I say, not as I do thing. However, I find that I have as much success not using tape as using tape. So here we are. Is this a situation where I am going to go in? I think we are going to finish. We're going to do all the zips, and then we'll go in and do all the finishing work. Mostly because I don't feel like fighting that like finishing seam right now. So yeah, now what we'll do after this is we fold this up, we stitch it down, and that's where the difficulty for this welt pocket comes, but it is very clever because it ends up covering this section. So when you're putting your hand in and out of here, so like when you put your hand in and you go to pull something out, it will get caught on this zipper consistently. So doing the fold over onto this zipper makes it so that that doesn't happen, or at least doesn't happen often. All right, that's good. We're just, yeah, we're just going to keep this package together at this point, and then we'll do the remainder, yeah, all the zippers for these guys, and then the rest of the work. Okay. I need some gum. Okay. I'm pretty sure this one is out of the running because I sewed through the label, so now I need to decide what we're doing with it. How we're gonna fix that. This one's next. These are the ones where I'm like, okay, which one goes with which? Okay, I see what happened here. Okay. Okay, so in that case, that is also going to be one where we just finish it next time because I don't feel like working on the other pockets right now. I'm like mentally moving past that stage right now. All right, let's actually record this. La 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 la. No. I've been recording a bunch of different angles, so this is gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna do voiceover, so I'm not too worried about like chatting over top of it, but show me the work, please. It's not the best angle. It's not the worst angle, but it's not the best angle. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. So we'll record here. So now you can also take an iron into these. The one big thing that I do with these that's really good is taking a seam ripper into the corner and then you like seam rip the corners, and that creates typically a flatter welt in the corners here. Again, I would personally, if you're not doing an insane number of these, I would personally use double-sided tape. I did use double-sided tape for the longest time. I find I get the same results whether I do or I don't. So again, do as I say, not as I do. Please use double-sided tape in your work. Or don't. That's up to you. It's your work. I'm not the boss of you. I'm barely the boss of myself. One thing I do is I go in and I do a back stitch over the end because I figure that's where you're going to have the highest amount of stress on this zipper. So I do back stitch both ends of the zip just for a little bit extra security. Trim that thread down, and then we're just going to go straight down here. And then I just match it up. There we go. And then, yeah, the next step will be to do the fold up so that we end up covering the zipper on the back side of the zipper, and etc. Okay, now that is done. I'm going to film it vertically because I wanted both angles. Oh, my little Saka Metro sign. Forgot to turn it on earlier. All right, so this one is the blue and light blue stripe, which apparently I have misplaced, of course. Okay, there's the rest of those tablecloth cuts. So those will be done later when we actually go in to do things. Light blue, right here. Excellent. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take that away. Restart the recording. And then, so this piece is for later. along with that piece. And then what we do is we're going to lay this out and make sure everything's like mostly straight. It's not going to be perfect, but it's not going to be bad. I did try to take a little mini iron to these the other day. It looked pretty much the same whether I did it or not. This one is very crinkly. It may not show up in the final video, just as a heads up. If you watch it later and they're like, you recorded this, but you didn't use it. Yeah, I know. I'm going to make it look a little bit better by probably not using it, given all things given. Oh, no, okay, this is not. Never mind. That's a black thread one anyway, so. Glad we caught that. All right, but we can clip that together and I will pop that over the bin edge there and everything will be good. All right. Stop the recording. Start the car. Okay, this is one of the tablecloths, but it is very clearly this one because it has the black with silver zipper. Yes, and all of the denim matches. Okay. Stop, please. Thank you. Okay. So, hopefully this one behaves itself a bit more than that other one. Although that other one wouldn't have worked anyway because thread colors didn't match proper. Or match with what we needed it to do. Alright, come on. Ooh, this denim is fighting. Fight me. Fight me, fight me, fight me. Okay, there. I'm going to throw a couple. I don't always throw clips in, but sometimes I do. Mostly when it's like spicy, feeling a little bit sassy like this. Okay, and then cool. That's not actually in anything. That one is. We'll trim it down. Go. Clear out some other dark thread. Sweet. Okay. Now this one is obviously very, very long zipper. So we're going to start down here so that I can work towards the zipper pull and like move it out of the way when we get up there. And then, so the big thing that the double-sided tape helps with typically is just basically keeping the zipper centered. But again, I find that I do fine without it, sometimes better. It is better when I don't catch the thread at least. So I can like go straight up. Okay, and then needle down, unzip, continue. I'm gonna make sure that these stay fairly centered. And then we'll turn. And then needle down again. I'm going to pull the zip pull back up to the top. That sounded like the bobbin's not very happy, but we'll check in a moment. There we go. Now, that is all. Yay, we're done. Okay, trim all the threads down here. Like that. Yay, we did it. And the zip still opens and closes perfectly well. I'm getting text messages. I hope there's nothing important. Jesus. Cool. I get to choose my Knit City booth, so I just need to respond to her. So that's done, and we got our spot hopefully for Knit City. Yay! Okay. Okay, so now I've got footage of putting in the zippers as well. That's good. So the last thing I need to do is just the last couple steps. Coolio. All right. And then, yeah, the rest of the sewing, besides like the sewing over the zipper, like to keep from catching, honestly, the rest of the sewing's pretty straightforward. Even the full like smashed together portion of it's pretty straightforward. So, yay! Okay, this one's also feeling a bit spicy on this top, so I'm just gonna throw a clip in the middle there. I'm gonna do a good finger press with the nails. There we go. Why that's the song stuck in my brain, I don't know. Okay, let's actually fold it out like that more. That's better. Okay. Like, I feel like there's more fabric that can be convinced to be out there. There is. Yay. Okay. And this is actually white, right? White stitching? Yes, okay, good. It's like my camera opened. I'm like, what is going on? Trim it down, trim it down, trim it down. Trim all of it down. And then once we get them sewn too, I'll trim down the interior zips as well, just because then they're a little bit cleaner. Less bulk. Not that there's, like, they end up impeding in the seams a lot, but like once the side seams are actually done, it's just easier. Or just better in general to do that. All right. First of the zip, or first of the, not the zips, the mushrooms. Yeah, this one is a little bit spicy, but not as much as the other one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, no, we're out of bobbin thread. Never mind. Joke's on me. All nice and placed, and bobbin thread runs out. God damn. Right. There we go. All right. Boop. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. We're good. We're good, I think. Ding. Ding. Haha. All right. Ready. Where are we at? We're at Family Crests, which has the small blue check just right here. It's like they're in order almost or something. They are a little bit in order. Oh god, that zipper is upset. All right. There we go. It's like very much when it got done, it has two different lengths on both ends. Oh well. It'll be fine once it's sewn in, but it's just like it was crooked. We don't need crooked. We do need the zipper to be as straight as possible, please, and thank you. All right. It's also long, which is fine. That's actually better than too short. Good. Okay. next one down. Okay, let's see how many we have to go for this at least, and then we'll continue from there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 2, 4, 20, 23. Okay, so the majority of the welt pockets are currently like going to be white. Sweet. All right, all I need, well, that's what I need here. Nice lip balm. Like, my lips have been extremely dry recently, and I don't quite know why. Hydration is part of it, but yeah. Okay, you were a little bit too soft. All right. Next. What time is it? Okay, 23 right now. I have to head at 5 flat because kiddos. And then I will not be back on tonight. I'm going to go do hobby stuff instead. I want to go sit on the deck and I want to sort my beads. My perler beads into the little containers and maybe make something depending on how long that actually takes me. Probably will take too long, but that's okay. And then tomorrow I should be on at about the same time or even a little bit earlier. This morning I took the time to like punch holes, so in the like in the exterior and the leather, because I was like, well, we may as well do this now because it's easier before we do a lot of the pocket finishing at least. Excuse me. All right. Okay, good. The next bobbin is winding. So we just swap the bobbin out. Boom. Okay, sometimes the zipper pull is not an issue, sometimes it is. Apparently for this one, it is. That's fine. There we go. Now it is no longer an issue, at least on this side. That's one too far, so let's go. Yeah, whatever. Okay, turn. It's still on the zip, so we're good. It's a little bit deeper into the denim than I would prefer, but that's okay. Nope. The hell. It's like my nose just got sniffly, my eyes just got itchy. What just started pollinating? Yay, exactly back to where it began, which is always fun. Okay, so snip and snip. And turn over and snippity snip. Good. Okay, and then all of this gets clipped together because that's the whole package for the Daruma Manekineko. That was just the interior of that little bucket to finish. Okay, this is the one that does have cat paws. I think it's like one of the only ones that does not have an upcycled interior, which is fine. May as well be using up what we've got, like, right? So for fabrics, there's no point otherwise. Plus this is like, and well, we've got some of the cat paw fabric, but it's like only going to be for small accessories, i.e. Bookmarks and maybe, I think, notions pouches. I don't know. We do need to do some more pouches here coming up. Okay, are you good? Good. All right, zip pull up. Also helps to like actually get the zipper in here because it kind of weights everything down, and it's easier to see what we need to do and like how to center it and stuff like that. Obviously not too bad anyway. Yeah, there we go. Heck yeah, there we go. Okay. Doom, doom. Whee! Complete. Good. Good, 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 good. So that leaves us with what, like 21 right now? Something like that. Yay, we're getting there. Okay, this one, oh, this is the other one that has new fabric in it, but like, again, last pieces. It's the Sakura. Back when I was still buying North American fabric for bag exteriors, and then I shifted in the middle to not using, oh, there's another tablecloth. I think this might actually be for the capybara, now that I'm actually looking at it. Okay, yeah, I know that you delivered that. That's part of what I did. There it is. I'm like, where did it go? And one just fell on the floor. So when I freak out that something's missing, it's probably on the floor. Note to self, check the floor in a moment. Let's get this one done and then we'll check the floor actually. And then we can continue on. No, what happened there? Not good things. Okay, well at least it's tacked down a bit. Got like all wrapped around the arm here. Excellent. That's sarcasm. Ooh. Fluffin'. Actually, oh, I know what's going on here. We probably need to oh yeah. Okay. It's time to change the needle. And we're going to pull up we're going to clean out the bottom here. I hate doing that, but let's do it while I'm thinking about it. And we're already partially pulled apart here. Okay, so this needs to go up. We need to turn the machine off. Safety. Okay. Do I always follow it? No. Sometimes though. Okay. Screwdriver in here. There we go. Ooh, that's a lot of buildup up there. Oh yeah, that's nowhere near skin penetration level anymore. Which sounds terrible, but it's like the best way to judge. All right, and then we need... Oi. Oi, where'd it go? Okay, we're gonna stab the needle in there for now. But what we do need is we need a pin jar. I basically just use my old prescription bottles. Good lord, there's even buildup around these screws. Oh no. Okay, let's... Oh, and like in here too. Gross. Ugh, disgusting. Okay. Actually, let's... There we go, that's part of it right there. It's like a little bit greasy in there, and then it like all sticks around where the needle actually is. I'm also going to pop out the actual bobbin case, just so I'm not putting fluff into the bobbin case sort of thing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, come on. Open up. Come on. There we go. I'm not going to take the feed dogs off because last time I had such a pain in the ass getting them to like actually settle back in, unless we, well, okay, unless we absolutely need to take them out, but I don't think we're going to need to because we haven't been working with a wax canvas. Mostly when we're taking the feed dogs out, it's because like wax canvas is like caked into the teeth. There we go. Pop this off. Oh fuck yeah. That's so there's this whole like fuzz aura there. Oh, how can you see that? Yeah, there we go. So you wouldn't think that that would impact your sewing, but my goodness, lots of times it does. All right, there's a lot of grease on the bottom of this plate. Yay. The feed dogs are actually pretty caked, but we'll try and get it out without having to take out the feed dog. No, just wipe off on the... Pick stuff up. Just clear off. There we go. Okay, that's better. And the lint trap that I have at the bottom, I put a piece of paper towel on the bottom because then it's just easier to lift out when it's like all dustified. It's okay for now. I know you're not supposed to, but it's okay. Everything's fine. Okay, now, does this fit in the feed dogs? It does. Oh my goodness, the lint crud in there is intense. Ha ha ha. It's like just completely caked in. Ha ha ha. Can I get it all? Did the quilt blow off again? Fuck. I think it might have. Or blew in sort of thing. Okay. Alright, I got the rest of that one. Like some in between the feed dog and the bobbin case. Okay, get out of there. Good job. Yay, we did it. Cool. Okay. Better. One more little patch piece right here. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. Now... Yeah, there we go. We did it. Success. Okay, it's not fully tightened down, but I'll get it tightened down in a moment. Just like getting it started is sometimes a coup. Some of the situations where like these freaking screws are in some of the worst spots to access, and it's like you consistently need access to your feed dogs to clean them, and the screws are such a pain in the ass to reach. I'm like, maybe I need a different screwdriver. I don't know anymore. I've given up. It's just like, it's just a pain in the ass, and that's why we don't clean it as much as we should. Wee, get in there. Let go. Okay, almost there. Tighten. Almost tightened. Tightened. No, the metro sign. Get back on there. Okay, there's a little piece. There's some fluff along the edge here of this. Go. Okay. Fresh needle time. Dun, 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 dun. It's time. Okay, there we go. Phew. Hey, Flynn. Yeah? You having a good snooze day? It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Why did I put the screwdriver away? Who knows? This way. Yes, I question how I put the needle in every single goddamn time. Zoom. It's a little bit crooked. There. Tighten down, tighten down. Doop. Okay, actually, let's double check the bobbin case as well while we're here. Looking good. Excuse me. Okay. In, close, rethread. Okay, we don't need that much thread. So it's gonna go back. Oh my god, it's all like tangled there. There we go. There. And then we probably need to trim this. Yes. Nope, come on. Then we'll put the foot back on after I get the needle threaded, because it is way damn easier to thread when there's no foot on here. The foot is necessary. However, it does get in the way. God, sorry, I totally dinged the mic. We're a tiny disaster right now. I don't know when it's not a tiny... Chaos. Always chaos. Sometimes tiny disasters. Mostly chaos, thankfully. Not usually disasters. Alright, there we go. Success. Pull the bobbin thread out from the bottom. Woo! Come on. You know you wanna. Hell yeah. Okay. I want pop, not coffee. I'm actually going to move my coffee mug so that I don't knock it over here. Also move these out of the way because they're actually empty. And I have a proper recycling bin over here. Keep my workspace a little bit tidier. Amazing? No. Small improvements? Yes. Flynn's like, hello, you're moving, so now you can give me attention. Hi. How are you, bud? Oh, that's quite a statement. Hello. Yeah? Do you need more scritches? More scritches. More scritches. There you go, buddy. All right. Why is a ruler down there? Okay. Oh. Today's Monday, right? Yeah. At least it's Monday for me, I guess. That may be the better description. Okay. Now that we were officially sidetracked, I think, what were we doing? But it was working on this welt pocket when the thread just randomly broke. So yeah. Okay. Zipper placement's good enough. Turn the machine on. Pivot. And down. Yay! Pivot. Trim. Okay, at this point, my goal now is that we get all the zippers in. I thought that we might get through welt pockets today and maybe even smash together, but it feels like we're just gonna get zippers in. That's fine. That's still quite a bit of work done. And really smash together, and straps being tomorrow is not that big a deal. Good. We should be down to 20 now. I'm gonna double check, mostly because it's, yeah, 15, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. All right. Family crests. Just this right here. I apparently caught 2. Just joining, we're working on welt pockets for the mini traveler slings. The pattern is by Kandou Crafts or Kandou Crafts, female designer out of Ireland. One of the popular items, and yes, these are the finish ups from Otafest since we didn't get them done. Why it's taking me until July to get them done, I don't know. June was a like clusterfuck. Wasn't even like, it's not that it was bad, it was just all over the goddamn place. I think it was recovery from like April and May are some of the busiest months in the year for us. Flynn. But, so I think that might be, that's what I'm going to say it is. I'm going to say that it was recovery from those 2 months. Because it's like April was just like, it's balls to the wall with shows. And then May is just full of birthdays and Otafest and Calgary Marathon and. So, June is like, it also is a little bit tricky because my brain loves to go, well, that show is next month. Even if it was like, so this show is this weekend. And since it's early July still, my brain's like, oh, that show's in like, in late June is like, oh, that show's in July. It's fine. It's a weird psychological trick that my brain pulls on me. I hate it. This is like, I know that I should be prepping, but am I? Not really. Oh well. Right now we're going to finish these up. And then we're going to choose, I think, I keep saying 15 kato now, and now I'm like, maybe we'll do 12. 10 to 12 kato. We'll get those done for Saturday. And then for next week for Omatsuri, I want to work on the Dundern and totes and the Obi Traveler slings as well. So those will be the next steps. Where did the What the fuck, Katie? Threw the clips out with the threads? Yep. Yes, I did. All right then. I'm sure I've thrown other clips out as well, but that is wild and annoying. Nope. Okay. Oh, hi. Right, you're there now. Hi. What's up, buddy? Oh, thank you. Am I tasty? Yeah. Excellent. All right. Actually, the one that got caught on that last one is the one that we're working on next. That's fun. It's the Constellations one. This will need to be dark top stitch once we get there. Ba, 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 ba. Not those ditzy florals, the other ditzy florals. Little blue and white flowers. Little blue and white flowers. Those ones? Actually, are those the ones? Yes, they're a little bit. Excuse me. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. 17, 17. All right. Cranking along. And like I said, once we're done these, we're actually, how many? Okay, so once we're done these ones, how many do we have left as well? Not many. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, oh, 8. 9 is the one we're working on right now. Yeah, so that's like nothing. And this is 17 right now left. It's 26 total. Nice. Smooth sailing. Let's hope for smooth sailing till we're done. Yeah, so honestly, this whole like individual dress shirt to each of these matchups is like actually really good. It has saved us hours of mental and like actual physical work. Hours of actual work and mental fatigue. There we go, that's what it is. It's not like we couldn't do it, but it was like mentally taxing. And I need that brain power for other things. Okay. Other red plaid. Oh no, there's 2 more red plaids. One's more flannelly, one's more burr. There it is. This is like smaller plaid. The other one's like plaid with pizzazz. It's got like a little bit different weaving in it. Thicker too. Okay. All right, both of these are misbehaving, so we're going to clip across the top here because otherwise this is going to be the bane of my existence. Probably will be still anyway, but we can at least try to mitigate the bane. The bane. Did anyone else watch The Dark Knight Returns or whatever with Bane in it and are like, I can't understand a fucking thing Bane says? I know lots of people have made fun of it. I was very glad when I found out that I was not the only one who was like, what the fuck is he saying? I actually honestly thought that I had hearing issues after that movie. I'm like, can't do it. Do not understand. Blah, 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 blah. this will help. Oh, that fabric did not like being sewn. It's fine, but it is looking a little bit Willy Wonka. All right. Scowly owlies. We need the brown plaid. There it is. It's a really good color. I like this one with these birds. So this is the owls. And this is their interiors. Really, really close match. This has a little bit, this has blue in it instead of just the browns, but like, so good. Dallas taught our youngest the chef's kiss move the other day, and now they've just been like, whenever they've had food that's just good, they're like, mwah. It is adorable and so funny. Okay, this is the one with the fancy plaid, right? Yes. This is what I mean by fancy plaid. It's got like little herringbones and like sections of it. It's the way that I think of it the best. I'm sorry. I'm like, my image is looking really fucking weird right now. Give me a second. It's like, that's better. It's too cold. Maybe a bit too dark. Okay, that looks better on my end. Let me know if it looks better on your end, or if it doesn't look better on your end. But now you can actually kind of see maybe what I'm talking about. Ah, the joys of working with natural lighting. And actually, honestly, indoor lighting. What happens if I turn out the overheads? It turns my laptop off too, so we're gonna leave them on. Ooh, squirrely fabrics. Wee, super squirrely. Okay. Haha. Success. Okay, this is the other floral, blue and white floral. Okay. You know what? Let's actually go through and try and match all these up, and then I don't have to keep looking, like twisting and looking over here. I definitely saw this somewhere in here. There it is. Okay. Angry apron cat gets this like fun paisley. Scooters, they're the really dark blue plaid. This one. The birds. Oh, there's, okay, so the birds are purple plaid, and the cats underneath are the like bright blue with some pink check. Which is this one right here. Okay. Purple stripy plaid. Very thin stripe plaid. Purple thin stripe plaid. Come here, please. Please stand up. Oh, is that the, oh, maybe that's the one that fell over the edge. I was like, I gotta check right away. And then totally, it like went poof out of my brain. It is totally the one that went over the edge. Can I reach it without killing myself? No. I have to go all the way around. Damn it. Oh no. Right. Ugh. Okay. The floor is really far today. Well, it's not actually that bad. I'm gonna say it's really far today because of the run. I am sore from the run, but it's not that bad, I guess. I'm gonna milk it for all it's worth, though. It's so far. All right. Bright blue and also yellow stripes or orange stripes. There's the blue. There's the orange stripes, which apparently is not connected to anything. That's supposed to be, but that's okay. The yellow for the black kitties. Yellow for black cats. And then pink for the floral cats. Ooh, everything's starting to fall apart. Like it was falling apart before this, Katie. Yeah, probably. Pink and blue plaid. Whatever the fuck we want to call it. Really dark black stripes with some texture. And then an itty bitty floral. Itty bitty floral. I've seen you. There we go. All right, so those are all matched. And then let's match the, let's just say fuck it and match the other set too, because why not? There's only 9 of them. We may as well do it while I'm in the brain space for it. Actually, well, so there's 1. Oh, so there's 10. Because I did forget the, I forgot one. The, whatever the fuck it is. Marshmallow friend? No, the pastel fruit cats. There's one that just totally fell on the floor again. Okay, so there's, so that's that one. That's that one. Very light stripes with the black for family crests. Good. The teal dotties kind of things for the coffee shop one. Good. Marshmallow cats is the bright blue ginghamish one. I don't even know what that would be called. Pink and purple for the mushrooms here. The other beige stripe, which is probably the one that fell, it looks like. Black check. Stupidity stripes for the cats doing shit. Actually, that looks like that's for this one. Excellent. Okay, I did find one of the tablecloth ones that is matched up. We have not done the leather for it though or anything, so that's gonna get clipped together. That's that big floral peony one, which really has been on the docket for far too long, but it can wait. It can wait for one more round. Okay, we are gonna go grab that other pocket though. Haha, success. Okay, so everything is all put together. Now we're gonna go in and finish sewing. Sometimes it's good to have a brain break. Brain break. Brain break. Man, it is gorgeous outside. Oh, it doesn't, like, the thunderstorm doesn't creep in tonight because I really do want to go sit out on the deck tonight and do crafty things. What crafty things? I want to sort my beads. Very crafty of me. Okay. Yeah. Turn. Whee. Oh, okay, we're into the ones that I started with because we need to start trimming down the zippers again. Because I was like, I'm gonna trim. I forgot that during the trim down, I actually need to trim down the zippers. So now we can trim down zippers. Ha ha, success. Woohoo. Okay. All right. Actually, the majority of this can be popped down onto the pile for now. And then we get this. Getting there. Scooters. I totally messed up my pulse and I don't know where we're at. 10-ish? 12-ish? Somewhere in there. Oh, this is going to be a cranky one as well because the fabrics are both quite thin. So we're going to clip the top again. Cranking along on the well pockets. As much as I'm like, oh my god, we need to work on Kato, at least we do still have some of the stock from like from Otafest and things like that, whereas with these we have 3. That's nothing. It's like wah wah. So that's also why I'm like not feeling too bad about just focusing in on them hardcore, because A, they need to be finished, it clears up space in my whip bins, and B, we have 3, which like barely worth putting out sort of thing. Which is wild to say, but it is true. It's like sometimes, it's, depending on what you have for real estate in a booth, sometimes it's better. Oh, what the fuck? These are dark stitched, not white stitched. Okay, so never mind. Okay. I'm glad I am like kind of cognizant of what I'm working on right now. Jesus. Okay. That's also not dark stitched. Let's go in. Okay, so now we're getting into the ones where they are dark stitched, but they are white stitching on the tip. Are we just all into dark stitches now? Yep. Okay. So the majority of the rest of them are actually dark stitched. Okay. So at this point, I need to swap to black thread. Okay. I don't even fucking know what I'm doing right now. Okay. Know that. Excellent. Brains are done. Black thread, black thread, black thread. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Where's my other? Oh, there it is. Okay. Like, I only have 2 spools of black thread. I need to actually place an order for a bunch of threads because I want to get 2 sets for each machine. I've got 2 sets of white, but I need 2 sets of black, and honestly I could use a restock on thread anyway. We're not quite ready to restock thread, but we're not ready to restock thread. There is no backup right now, so okay, so there was 10 over here. 10, so I got 11, 12, 13. One moment. Alrighty. 17-ish left. Yay! So still far, like, well over halfway through. I'm going to head out at 4:45, which is in about an hour. If you've been hanging around for the full thing, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you've been hanging out for just a little bit, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every viewer is a valuable viewer for us. So, although I did stop streaming on Twitch after last year when I was like getting threatened. It's just like, once is enough. You don't deserve to be streamed to anymore. It's just too much. All right. Now we need a bobbin, and then we can put the full bobbin on here. This bobbin is full. Good. Pop. And where's my bob? Oh, right. The other bobbin's in here still. In the bobbin case. And around and in. And we're going to go in here, pull the thread, pull the bobbin thread. Yay, we did it. Woohoo. Oh, Jesus. It was like, Dallas just came down to visit because he's like, he's done for the day now, which, because he started earlier. And then he's like out in the garden, you scared me. He's like popped up in the backyard. Although he came downstairs and apparently I had like a piece of freaking thread on my mouth. He's like, it looked like you're eating it. I'm like, okay, well, good thing that my face cam I don't think is quite that large or defined at this like range. Jesus. Good. Yes, that's the sound effects that my zippers make, apparently. Okay, turn. Then we'll center it really well. It's like centered on the end there, but then like I work on centering it through the project as well. Again, this is where double-sided tape does help a little bit. I, again, don't find that it's like make or break for my projects. We might start using it for the Sheena. I don't know. I need to try the Sheena now, which is a hobo bag pattern. I need to try it on the cylinder arm machine because I honestly think that we're going to end up with a really good product if I'm able to like get it to work on the cylinder arm machine. So. Don't need Legend of Zelda stuck in my head. Alright, this one's usually pretty, the black denims are usually quite thick, or thicker, at least the ones that I've encountered, so they're usually pretty well behaved for welt pockets, but not always. Apparently this one is like spicy. It's like, nah, never. Also not even with its denim, so that's annoying. Okay, let's get this in, Yay. Yay. is the direction that we are going. May as well open it up all the way because there's a little bit of a warble in it, which is fine. Just easier to deal with it now. Okay. Unzip you a little bit of the way. Good. We're overlapping the edges here, which is the goal. Flippity. We'll start up here because for this one that just feels more natural. Go. Okay, and then straighten the zipper, straighten the zipper, straighten it out so we can stitch down the whole length of the zipper. Pivot the zipper, pivot the zipper, do 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 dun 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 do 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun. All right, there we go. Up we go. Zip. Yay! There we go. Good. Okay. Na 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 na. Turn. Down we go. Yay! All right. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Do, 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 do. What time are we? Yeah, so another hour. We should get, oh my goodness, itchy face. Should at least get all these welt pockets zippers in. We will not get past that point, I don't think. Although I guess it's not taking like a full 4 minutes to sew in the zippers either, typically. A couple of these take a few minutes, but All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 left, it looks like. Pretty good. Like I said, we'll definitely get all the zippers into it and then call it there, maybe. Probably what will happen, because the next step is like the next step. May as well production sew it, so. Oh, right, we need to go get the kids. Actually, I'll do that. Tomorrow? Wednesday? Maybe Wednesday. Kids need a second bathing suit because we're doing, so they get 2 like water days. I think it's swimming on Wednesday, so it's actually a really cool setup. They do like, so today's park day, tomorrow's climbing day, which is super awesome. They get to go into like the climbing wall. And then every Wednesday, they get a off-site field trip. And then on Thursdays, they get pool days. And then on Fridays, they get splash park days. But they only have 1 swimsuit. So it's like, I typically wash the suits after the pool. I probably could still do that. But just to make sure that I don't like fuck up and forget, I'm going to go get them a second swimsuit. Also because I think the youngest probably needs a little bit larger of a suit. And they definitely need a splash shirt. Oh yeah, they'll need a splash shirt for the splash park. Because then there's no like uncomfortable on either part having to put like sunscreen on a little bare chest sort of shit, right? So yeah, that'll definitely be something to think about. We need swim tops and we need swim gear. Make sure we have like swim tops for them both and swim bottoms. Actually, depending on when I finish, maybe that's something that we'll go do right away. Just while I'm thinking about it. Mushrooms. Oh my goodness. My face is itchy. What the hell? Why is my face so itchy? So dumb. Yep. Sometimes the stiffer denim like behaves itself better, and sometimes it's like, yeah, no. This is one of the ones where it's like, no, you gotta clip me. It's such a good colorway for pockets for this, those mushrooms though, because they're like pink and purple neon mushrooms, so yay. Does help once you actually get the zipper on sometimes as well, but that's better. Let's go right like this, and then underneath. Ding. I'm like, why isn't it selling or sewing? We were doing good. Okay. Great, this is already cut because we just popped it on there for storage. Then we'll go, oof. Pop it in, pop it in. Okay, set this up so that we can wind to the next bobbin. Zoom, 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 zoom. Come on. Yay. Yay. Did I get it? No. Yes. Woohoo. No, come on. Come on, get in. Yay! Yay! There we go. Okay, we're gonna start stitching this like this. Blend it. Go back one. And then we're going to pop it under here, and then we're going to pivot, i.e. turn it. Now I do always double back stitch over the ends here because I figured that's where you're going to have the most stress from your zipper because it's going to consistently be hitting that spot. So we're all good there. Heads up, by the way, if you're purchasing any bags, all bags have a 1-year guarantee against faulty workmanship. That does not include fabric failure. It's like if a seam pops or like the D-ring connector suddenly disconnects or something like that, it's very likely my fault. So that is the 1-year guarantee on it. Anything with like fabric, obviously with the upcycled fabric like this, the denims, the obi, especially, unfortunately I cannot cover that. I am more than happy if you end up with stuff happening with obi and stuff like that. I usually have the scraps and things like that, so I'm happy to provide extra fabric for repairs. But I am, if I am repairing it from now on, it will be under my repairs charge, which right now is going to be $40 an hour, not including any materials that I add to anything. If I have to take it, so that covers like if I have to take it apart or anything like that to repair it. And this is because I feel like I've been taken a little bit of advantage of recently, and so I figured it's time to bring it in a proper, clear policy on it, and that will be written on, especially the obi ones where it's like the fabric wears out. That's not workmanship. I will guarantee my workmanship because that is on me. Of like, yeah, if a seam pops, that's very likely my issue. Or like a D-ring suddenly isn't caught proper or something like that, so. But I had a repair come back recently that I thought was like, how it was described. I thought that the bottom had opened up, the seam had popped on the bottom. Workmanship issue. Turns out that it was a very small wear through in the obi, which to be fair was a delicate obi, so it was more likely to wear through faster. And yeah, I was underwhelmed by that. So that would be something I took it apart in this case and put a whole new piece of wax canvas in on the bottom, which works really beautifully. But in that situation, it should have been a repair, not a warranty issue. So, like I said, I'm happy still to do repairs. I would prefer you to use the bag, but I will be charging more than I typically would for making new. Just in part because of the problem-solving mental gymnastics of like, okay, how do you fix it, right? So, and there will be due process of like, okay, so photos and etc. Now, you will need a receipt or like someone's proof of purchase if it's a gift or something like that. So. Yeah, I was very underwhelmed by that. And part of it is that then that will expedite the repair as well, because at this point, or like right now, it's like if I'm not sewing new things and I'm not making money. Again, if it's workmanship, then that's my own damn fault, SOL. But if it's like something else, then it will help me prioritize it, so I actually get it onto the sewing table sooner rather than later, which is not the fault of the person that I was repairing, but like when you've got 3 shows to prep for and you get repairs in, what are you going to prioritize? I know what I prioritized, unfortunately. So yeah, that's just what's going to happen. We're just going to blend this into the end here. There we go. Trim, 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 trim. Yay! Okay, I don't know. We're under 10 at this point, probably. Yay! Ish. 10-ish. That's where I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna have more gum because my stomach is still like, hello. We should discuss your diet for the last few days. It was terrible. I'm not arguing. Okay. Lock it. We're almost done. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we did that race yesterday, and there was definitely people struggling already at like kilometer 3 out of 10, and I'm like, oh, you're in for a rough time today, guys. It's like, I was out there, I fought off demons between like 4 and 6. The mental demons of just like, why the fuck am I doing this again? Pancakes are so far away still. That sort of shit, right? Still honestly did pretty decent, all things considered. I did not train for this race either. I did it in under 120, so 119 and some change, 119.14 or something like that. Which is actually, I'm quite pleased because that's like, it is slower than last year. But last year I was like peak physicality for sure. Probably like the best cardio fitness I've been in my life. But yeah, like I'm pleased with that because it's still better than, like I've retained a lot of my training that I did for the marathon for Osaka in February. Because it's like my first races back postpartum, that was my first 10K back postpartum, I was like 129, and then the following year I was 120, and then last year I was 112, I think. So being 119.14 and not having trained at all since February, I'm very happy. So I think next year I'm going to gun for 110. I think that's achievable. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but I think that's reasonable to expect at this point. But if I train. If I don't train, well, SOL, I'm out of luck. Alright, so we're going to do this. Actually, the other thing we could do is we should go in and top stitch the dark ones. That's what we can do. And that's what we'll wrap up on if we have a little bit of time after doing the welt pockets. If we don't have time after welt pockets, well, too bad. Do it tomorrow. All right, about a half an hour left. So I think we'll just get the welt pockets done, and then I'll head out, or 4:45, whichever comes first. Although honestly, looking at what's left, I think we'll at least get the welt pockets done. Then yeah, we'll do top stitching tomorrow, and then welt pocket finishing tomorrow. and it's just like, scratch me. Ah. One, two, three, four. Four. Oh my God. Okay, so I know some of these are mosquito bites. I'm pretty sure the back of my calf is not a mosquito bite. It might be muscles being angry though. The way they're like. That might be it. All right. Rin. We definitely know what these are going with now, so I'm just going to actually pull them. 2, 3, 4. Woohoo! Woohoo! Almost done, almost done. We have almost got it done again. Almost done, almost done. We have almost done it again. Almost done, almost done. We have almost got it done again. We have almost got it done again. Done again, done again. Almost all the welt pockets are sewn again. Well, okay, partially sewn. Almost all the zippers are into welt pockets. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. 3 more, 3 more, 3 more. Do 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 do. 3 more, 3 more, 3 more. Do 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 do. Two more, then we're done for the day. Yay. Two more, then we're done for the day. Last one, yay! What did I say? 4:45, or the welt pockets are done, and the welt pockets are almost done. We'll do the rest of the top stitching tomorrow, because mentally I'm toast. Plus that'll give me a little bit extra time, and I really should go and do the shit. Other things. Yes, 5 hours ago? That sounds right. That's probably enough content for today, right? Better be enough content for today. If you want more, you can go and watch the other lives. Alright, let's get her done. Get her done. Get her done. Get her done. Almost done. Get her done. Get her done. Get her done. Get her done. Yeah, if I can get this done and and finish these tomorrow, I think we're set for being able to also get the Kato done this week. So that's the goal. We want Kato done, a few more totes, and then next week will be Dundurn, and maybe, since we're cutting wax canvas, we'll also do those Cambridges that are like left from the previous prep session. I might have put those zip pulls on backwards. Oh well. They still work. Yeah. Hi, what's up here? Trim, 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 trim. Okay. Pivot. Finish. Yay! We're all done for the day. Good job. Good job, all of us. We are. So that's all the zippers installed in the welt pockets. There are a couple things to finish before, like now we got to go in and we fold this up over this little lip, and then I have to stitch it down. It makes sense when you actually do it, because what it does is it encases that edge so that when you're reaching in like this, you can get stuff caught on the back here. So if this is folded up and over and stitched down, it's a smooth surface. You're not going to catch anything on there. So, but that's a pain in the ass. So we're just not going to touch it, and we'll do it tomorrow. I hope you all have a fantastic night, and yeah, I will chat with you in the morning. Bye.